lähetys, mitä täällä. Tässä on joku pyörii tässä. Tää on niin hiton selkeä. Twitchin nettisivu. No niin, nyt tuli lähetys.
Mulla näyttää vaan täällä opsissa, että yhdistetään, mutta...
On tällainen lähetys. Nyt se näkyy.
Ja ajan tasalla ja kaikkea. No, sitten me nautitaan
4
siitä.
4 sekuntia myöhässä.
4 sekuntia ihan ok.
Mutta niin niin, Areena. Tää on vaikea. Kerran pelannut.
Sekka. Laitoin hyvin tärkeä tiedoksiannon chatin syövereihin. Aivan, kyllä nyt opsikin toimii. Hyvä, Areena. Perusidea on siis päästä linna-aikaan mahdollisimman nopeasti. Kuulostaa tutulta.
Totta kai. Fast Castle Age, niin kuin meillä sanottiin.
Jos, todellakin. Noi on 2 tollaista kansaa, mitkä on nämä boheemit ja persit on sellaisia, mitkä on loppua kohden tosi hyviä, niin niillä ehkä on suunnitelmissa pelata tällaista pidempää peliä. Mitä?
Tuntuu, että kaikki vastustajat on aina loppua kohden hyviä.
Niin, mutta ehkä voi johtua myös siitä, että tyypit yleisesti ottaen käyttää sellaisia... hetkinen, nyt tässä oli taas joku ihan maailman pieni tiketitök. Niin käyttää sellaisia kansoja, mitkä on yleisesti ottaen hyviä, ja yleisesti ottaen hyvät kansat on sellaisia, mitkä loistaa siinä 3. kauden, 4. kauden aikana. Eli voi olla, että se on ihan vaan tällainen vahvistusharha, onko se oikea termi? Sikäli, että ei ole odotettavissa, että kauheasti näkyisi välttämättä sellaisia kansoja, mitkä ei ole hyviä myöhemmässä pelivaiheessa. Toisin kuin meillä saattaa olla sellaisia, että ne ei oikein hyvin sovi kyseiseen karttaan, tai ainakaan ne ei ole vahvimmillaan missään top 4 tai sellaisessa. Korealaiset varmaan on ihan kivoja kuin tornit ja kaikkea, mutta...
Tietää juttuja.
Ja sinänsä siis vaikka joku liettualaiset on todennäköisesti ihan kiva siksi, koska täällä on tää reliikistä normaalisti metapelissä käydään taistelua siitä, että kuka saa reliikit. Niin silloin se antaa mahdollisuuden, että jos on aikaisin liikkeellä, niin sitten saa ne bonukset itselleen kerättyä, jolloin saa vahvoja poneja, mutta koska kaikki käy reliikeistä kamppailua, niin tämä ei välttämättä ole kahden sellainen todennäköistä, että liettualainen pelaaja onnistuisi ne voittaa itselleen tällä omana ajatteluna. Niin toisaalta sitten tiimipeleissä tilanne voi olla eri, koska tiimikaverit voi jeesailla ja mitä tahansa voi tapahtua. Ja kai liettualaiset ponit on lopussa ihan hyviä, ei vaan ehkä ihan yhtä hyviä kuin vaikka persialaiset, kun ne saa niiden savaarit. Mutta ihan totta, en muista, että olisin tunnistanut ainakaan sellaista kansaa, joka olisi jotenkin, että on alusta asti tosi vahva ja sitten hiipuu joskus 3. kaudella. Vaikka varmaan sellaisiakin on. Että on joku talousbonus siihen alkumetreille ja sitten se hiipuu, kun peli etenee. Mutta toista vähän niin kuin ne kootit, jos muistat siitä meidän synkmetsä-sodasta, missä ne lopulta vyöry sieltä laidasta paperimuurien takaa niillä jalkaväkiukoillaan. Niin, se mikä oli melkein traumaattinen 7-1 kokemus, niin siinä voi olla talot. Niin siinä ne gootit esimerkiksi on kansa, joka heikkenee sitten, kun peli etenee sinne ihan loppumetreille. Eli ne on siinä 4. kauden alussa vielä ihan tosi hyviä, mutta sitten se lähtee siitä hiipumaan taas, kun kaikki alkaa saamaan näitä ruutiukkeleita käyttöön. Niin sitten ne ei enää ole ihan niin teräviä. Mutta jotkut tällaiset bohemialaiset ja Ja sitten persialaiset, niin ne on loppuun asti tosi hyviä. Ainakin tällainen omalla lajiymmärrykselläni. Että mitä pidemmälle peli menee, niin sitä paremmin niillä käy. Erityisesti kun saa kaupan kautta ikuisesti kultaa, jos haluaa. Niin se on ehkä ihan hyvä yrittää estää. Mä kokeilen tehdä kakkoskauden ukkeleita ja sitten olla torppaamassa, että ne ei saisi tehtyä tällaista linnan pudotusta ainakaan ihan ilman estelyä. Koska sehän teoriassa voi vaikka toimia ihan hyvin. Ja katsotaan ehkä noin. Mitähän sitten talot? Tämä on kyllä loputonta yrittämistä on tää elämä. Missähän mun ponini on tuolla? Kiirenin talon turhaan, koska ei sitä tarvittukaan. Ja se mitä sä voit yrittää tehdä on päästä linna-aikaan ja valmistautua tekemään linna myöskin. On se sitten puolustuksellinen tai hyökkäyksellinen.
Linna kuin linna.
Linna kuin linna. Ei tässä ei olla sillä tasolla, että niistä helposti näkisi, että mikä on mikä. Tuolla on possu. Niin hetkinen, punainen on persialaiset ja keltainen on boheemit. Mitenköhän meidän kannattaa sijoittaa tää meidän aggressio? Eli mikä käy järkeen? Oho. Yritän luntata, näkyykö täällä mitään. Tyypillisesti ihmiset osaa rakentaa niin fiksusti, että muuri yli ei näy yhtään mitään oleellista informaatiota, mutta
Okei.
paitsi jos haluaa paljastaa jotain, niin sitten asia on eri.
Just näin.
Siis, koska tää on kuitenkin tämmönen hämäyspeli. Oho, voihan talot. Talo ja...
Se on aina hyvä, kun sä sanot ton talon ääneen, niin mäkin muistan samalla tehdä.
Joo, se on. Ja muuten pelottaa, että tein jotain tyhmää itse. Kaiken lisäksi. Voi ei, täällä on joku jaguari kiusaa mun keppiukkeliani. Ajat ei ole helpot, vaan vaikeat. Okei. Mä kokeilen tehdä vielä muutaman laadukkaan ukkelin ja onhan nää nyt sinänsä vähän luksuspaikassa. Pari tyyppiä lisää ja opetin tässä ruoan keräämisen, kun oli niin kiire. Mutta ehkä tästä taas oppii hetken mietittyä. Sano jos näet niitä heppoja jossain, koska...
Heppa meni tossa äsken. Hei Sirin.
Katsotaan. Missä mun talon tekijät on? Siellä. Hyvä. Sitä vielä vähän lisää. Joo. Voin yrittää saada niitä kiinni jostain. Mutta niin jos tärkeää nähdä, jos ne tulee tuohon tekemään meidän kylien väliin jotain tönötyksiä. Ettei ne saa tehtyä. Muistat samalla lailla, kun onnistuttiin viimeksi estää jotkut parakit. Kun ne oli lähtenyt juonikkaasti sellaisia tekeen. Okei, punaisen heppa on juoksemassa täällä. Ja ei kuole, mutta melkein kuolee. Okei, tähän vielä muutama ukkeli, vaikka tää hidastaa melko paljon tätä kaudenvaihtoa sinänsä. Meillä on taloja. Okei, keltaisen koni kävelee täällä. Selvä. Punaiselta kuoli tossa. Yksi kertaa hevonen. Ja keltaisen koni on täällä. Tuu jeesaa, jos oot jossain kulmilla päin.
Mistä se tulee sinne?
Voi olla, että se juoksee vaan kotiinkin, mutta katsellaan.
Mä pistän tän mun konin vetään patrollia tähän välillä.
Hyvä. Koska jos noi rakentelee vaan tuolla oman kylän suojissa, niin meillä on tietysti se ongelma, että sitten sieltä tulee sellainen murtamaton joukko ennen pitkää kylään. Mutta on se toisaalta niinkin, että se on ihan hauska tapa pelata peliä. Muuten ei näy vielä täältä kartasta kattoen kauheasti mitään. Mitä? Ensimmäisenä kolmoskaudella?
Anybody's game.
Hei, tossa oli toi koni olisi tollain up for grabs. Okei. Hyvä.
Hyvä.
Sitten täytyisi suojata ehkä pari ekstra kyläläistä ja sitten lähdetään. Aivan, niin tosta tuli Hei Siri. Ymmärrän, koska osaan lukea ja hahmota todellisuuden luonnetta. Vielä noin ja mä laitan linnakauden kanssa tuleen. Mitähän punainen tekee, paitsi jotain maailman parasta kehitelmää.
Jaa. Tästä mun shiftisormi on niin jäässä, että se ei mene nappipohjaan asti.
Tiedän millaista se on. Mä päivittelen vähän mun ukkeleitani, mutta mulla ei ole kyllä ketään vielä keräämässä kiveä. Ehkä se olisi nyt se, minkä aika häämöttää. Koska sellainen riski on tietysti olemassa, että ne tulee tuosta jollain voimalla, väkivallalla. Punaisen kyläläisiä. Tuo jos sulla on jotain jeesaileen.
Siellä on selvästikin linnaa tulolla.
Joo, mutta nyt se ehkä peruuntu. Okei, no. Yksi punainen kuitenkin. Mutta vain yksi punainen kuoli. Mitäs siellä tapahtuu sitten? On seuraava jännittävä kysymys. Ja päästäänkö me sieltä muurista esim. Ikinä läpi?
Mulla alkaa olemaan kohta niin riittävästi.
Tässä parit tyypit tohon. Huolissani, koska sillä on kuitenkin resursseja siihen linnaan, niin johonkinhan se tulee. Nyt varsinkin kun kyläläisiä kuoli vain yksi.
Mihinkä mä laitan sen linnan nyt?
Esimerkiksi tohon.
Onko kultahommien väliin?
Joo, mun mielestä se on ihan ok. Niin sillä että se yltää tohon porttiin tai tohon muuriin, että voi ampua. Eli pistää yksi ruutu lähemmäs vielä, jos voit.
Tässä hetkinen mä otan.
Jop. Sitten ton ukkelin siihen patsastelee ja päivittelen vähän. Mutta niin siis on olemassa semmoinen riski, että noi hyppää suoraan neloskaudelle ja sitten alkaa tulee huippuukkeleita. Okei. Huippuukkelit oli nyt siis norsu tässä tapauksessa, eli ei kauhean huippuukkeleita, mutta...
Joo.
Myrskyvaroitus.
Hyrsky.
Ei kuitenkaan ole erityisen kannattava yksikkövalinta. Nyt siis ettei enää mun köykäiset soturini niin niitä vastaan oikeastaan pärjää, eli sinänsä tää on nyt vähän huono tilanne, mutta norsut on sen verran hitaita. Mä teen tähän ekan linnan tähän oman kylän ulkopuolelle ja jatkan siitä sitten. Katsotaan, jos se onnistuu vaikka valmistuu ennen kuin tulee tuhoja. Ehkä te voitte auttaa kansia. Mutta papithan on hyviä. Sinänsä tosi outo valinta tehdä, nyt kun mä mietin asiaa, niin norsuja, koska nehän käännyttyy noin sekunnissa. Mutta nyt riskinä on se, että noi norsut suojaa sen verran, että ne kyläläiset pääsee rakentamaan sen haluamansa. Onko sulla jotain joukkoja lähettää tänne? Niin kuin siis, no, jos sä voit vähän patsastella, että täältä ei tule kyläläiset esimerkiksi läpi, niin se olisi ihan riittävä.
Sieltä.
Täältä punaisen puolelta. Kun niillä kuitenkin on joku taktiikka tässä käynnistymässä. Toisaalta ne välttämättä on resursseja heti tehdä toista linnaa, niin ehkä meillä ei ole niin isoa hätää kuin mitä mä tässä nyt maalailen. Mä teen munkkimestan, niin eiköhän tää tästä. Okei, sit sä voit laittaa sen linnan ampuu tuota muuria, jos ei muuta, niin päästään jossain kohtaa ehkä läpi. Toki voi olla, että ne vaan pistää sinne lisää suojia. Katsotaan. Mä teen parit munkit ja... Sattuuko sulla olemaan pappimestaa olemassa?
Siellä on tommosia pyssyttimiä.
Sieltä piirityspajasta saa katapultteja, mikä ampuu. Muistat sieltä?
Joo, mangoneeleja vai?
Mangoneeleja, niin niiden pitäisi olla ihan ok. Mutta toi on tyyliin joku pelin vahvin yksikkö, niin ei välttämättä ole helppoa. Välttämättä, mutta katsotaan. Mä voisin mennä tonne kerään kultaa kans. Mä kokeilen tuoda sulle noita reliikkejä.
Mulla on munkkila tuolla.
Myöskin jos sä pystyt tekemään ton, kun munkkilasta saa sen, että pystyy käännyttämään myös piirityskoneita, niin silloin pystyy vielä niitä kärryjä myöskin huseeraamaan. Niin se näyttää uhkaavalta, vaikka täällä olisi norsui. Voihan kaiken maailman ronsuukkelit.
Mä siirryn 4.
Jop. Hyvä on. Sun ritarit on tuolla. Ehkä jos voit, niin juokse pakoon. Jaha, sielläkin on suunnitelmia.
Ja sitten nää leitikset ronsuja vastaan. Punainen tulee kyläläiset.
Hoiteleksä sä ne kyläläiset? Mä hoidan norsut, niin hoida se kyläläiset. Millään mulle ei oikeastaan väliä.
Kääntyivät
Se
takaisin.
kuitenkin pilaa niiden pelisysteemiä, jos saat ne hoideltua.
Kyläläiset angemot.
Hyvä. Sitten vaan lähde menee. Munkin pitäisi vaihtaa varmaan kautta nyt, kun tässä on kuitenkin kykyjä siihen. Ja sitten tästä tonne tommonen tönö. Pitäis keksiä jotain niiden koneita vastaan.
Mitäs mä teen mun tai tolle linnalle, niin mulla olisi seuraava linnakama tarjolla täältä.
Okei, noi tulee noilla kanuunoilla läpi. Sä voit tehdä vaikka puolustuksellisen linnan tohon tai jotain, niin, koska toi tullaan tuhoamaan ennen kuin me saadaan mitään tehtyä.
Okei. Puolustuksellinen linna omalle puolen
Joo,
puolesta voi...
tuohon ulkopuolelle muuria. Toi missä oli toi ruksi, niin saat noi kivet vielä kerättyä tosta ehkä ennen kuin tulee. Sitten poneilla pääsee ehkä niiden tykkien iholle. Niin se ehkä auttaa.
Näköjään mangoneelillä ei kannata mennä näitä pommiukkoja vastaan.
Joo, ei sä tarvit. Nyt on vielä superpommiukkoja, niin niitä täytyy vähän päivitellä. Sulla on sinänsä ihan hyvät ponit luvassa, kun vaan pääsee niin pitkälle. Niin. Mutta näiden taktiikka on nyt sen näköinen, että tekee vaan superukkeleita ja sit se on siinä. Niin tää ei välttämättä olekaan helppoa.
Jaha.
Mutta onneksi sulla on superponit, nyt kun vaan pääset vikan kauden poneihin kiinni. Niin tää mun munkkini ei nyt ollut tekemässä kauheasti tämmöisiä parannuksellisia duuneja, vaikka se olisi voinut. Hop. Mutta sinänsä mä saisin pidemmän kantaman torneja, että ehkä mä satsaan niihin tässä ihan. Koska noi teoriassa katapultit hoitelee noi ihan hyvin. Mutta niitä pitää tietysti olla monta, niitä katapultteja.
Niitä on näköjään aika paljon siellä.
Ja mun munkit ei onnistu käännyttämään
noita.
noita.
Miten mä tarvin noita vastaan siis?
No siis kärsivällisyyttä tarvit, katapultteja tarvit.
Okay.
Ja mä teen tuohon parit tornit, jos toi onnistuu ajoissa. Mutta mä en ihan tarkalleen muista, että mitkä on tossa kaikki parhaita, niin tässä on ehkä sellainen pieni epäonnistumisen riski olemassa, koska näillä on selkeästi taktiikka ja se ei ole yleisesti ottaen kiva juttu meille.
Eli helvetillinen näköistä mangoneeleja. Vai onko skorpparit parempia vai miten?
Mangoneeleja joo, mutta sun pitää saada ne päivitettyä ja yliopistosta saa lisää kantamaa päivitettyä myös.
Vai?
Jop.
Okay.
Niin sit kun sulla on niitä helvetillinen kasa, niin sit tää on ihan meidän peli. Siihen pisteeseen täytyy toki päästä, mutta... Voiko sä lähettää pari ponia kattoon, että onko tuolla kauppayhteydet juoksemassa ja...
Niin.
Okei, nyt toi keltainen tuli tänne joukkoon puolustuspuuhiin. Eli voi olla, että ne puskee täältä läpi sit kun aika on oikea. Tässä muuta puuttuu.
Niin, mä pistänkö mä tuohon kullan viereen mun seuraavan linnani.
Jop. esimerkiksi. Ty. Tai se voi tuoda sen vähän edemmäskin jonnekin tänne, koska jos me ollaan siellä taistelemassa, niin me ollaan ehkä hävitty jo.
Tarvitaanko me toi... Oliko se johonkin tohon?
Joo, jos sulla lähettää poneja jossain kohtaa jeesaileen tänne. Nää tekee täällä hyökkäystä täällä mun... Mä en ehtinyt ihan kausti kattoo. Menee siis tovi.
Mulla on mangoneeleja.
Hyvä. Sitten tänne voi tuoda. Siis huomaat ehkä, täällä on nyt sellainen vähän huono tilanne, että nuo keltaisen tykit on suhteellisen hyviä.
Okei. Mulla on 3 mangoneeliä.
Hyvä sitten, lisää vaan. Mutta siis... Sinä saa hätää, kun mä vaan... Juokse pakoon, jos voit. Kerätään vähän joukkoja tässä. Niin mä en ehtinyt ihan kemiaa kehittää, mutta ehkä sen aika tulee myöhemmin. Voisin yrittää tehdä tässä kovasti kaikkia juttuja, mutta mä oon ollut vähän hidas. Tekee taloutta tai mitään. Kai edes puusta on pulaa. Mut siis ehkä parasta mitä voi tehdä... hyviä katapultteja. Noniin, voiko sä hoitaa ne tykit samalla kun sä oot siinä? Niitä hevosilla juoksennella sinne niin kuin viimeistä päivää. Niin mäkin alan tekee jotain sitten. Hoidan ne tykit ennemmin. Toisaalta ne hevoset kyllä pärjää nähtävästi ihan hyvin, joten siis tyylivapaa.
Jos mä koitan saada nää tästä.
Sä pärjäät tosi hyvin. Mä otan tosta pari norsua, niin tää on meidän peli. Noniin.
Noin.
Hienoa. Sitten vaan uuteen nousuun. Jee. Varat vaan inhaa ammuskeli ja mä päivitän kanssa noin katepultit. Koska nyt olisi hienoa päästä niiden kylään seikkailee. Mitäs se sitten vaatii? Itse asiassa mennään noin. Noin. Täällä on seuraava lauma tekemässä tuhoja. Mulla on nyt 100 kyläläistä, mutta mulla on semmoinen tuntu, että ne ei ole ihan tarpeeksi.
100 kyläläistä, mulla on 80.
Hyvä. Ja lisää tulee.
Kyllä, lisää on tulossa.
Hyvä.
Siis ne on työttömät kyllä siellä näkee.
Mä teen noita maailmanluokan keppiukkeleita vähän ja mä teen maailmanluokan kepiheittelijäukkeleita. Okei, punaiselta tulee lisää norsuja. Mä tarvin ehkä pari pappia lisää.
Mä teen pari trebua odottaa, että suunnataan niillä johonkin.
Joo. Ja sitten heti kun voit, niin voit yrittää suunnata niillä. Ja pidä vaan ponit turvassa niin pitkään kuin voit.
Voinko mä Aha, sieltä tulee näköjään uutta keltsiä.
Joo. Niin mitä?
Tarviks mä fletchingia tai jotain näitä mangoneeleja varten?
Ei, mutta saat yliopistosta Siege Engineeringin ehkäpä. Sillä saa yhden lisää kantamaan. Tokarivi vasemman puoleinen. Norsuja tulee.
On ilmeisesti automaattisesti tullut, koska...
Joo, tai sit sulla ei oo sitä, mä en oo varma. Voi olla kumpi vaan. Okei, pidä ne katapultit hengissä, jos voit. Niitä tarvitaan noin niinku hetken päästä. En oo tehnyt ihan kamala hyvää duunia tässä. Ja toi mun munkki ei ihan selvinnyt hengissä.
Ei noin sun äijät juoksi mun katapulttiin ohi.
Joo, no. Pistä Linna ampuu tuolta niitä tykkiä, jos voit. Tai niitä kahta kanuunaa, mikä niillä on ennemmin kuin niitä
Ei ihan ehtinyt.
Joo, ei haittaa. Tulee uusia. Ja meillä on täällä kuten maailmanluokan tornit vastassa, niin... Ja tää piirityskone ei ihan kamalasti ehtinyt. Okei. Sitten vaan sun katapultit hoitelee noin kuitenkin hyvin, niin... Voisikohan nää mun tornit hoitaa noin? Niiden tykit. Melkein. Oikein, vieläkö sulla on voiko sä hoitaa ne niitten tykit sieltä ylhäältä vai onks ne liian...
Katsotaan, ei pakko
hankalas paikkaa. Ja sit vaan pois, älä jää tappelee. Pois.
Kun nyt ehtii, kun mulla näkyy.
Joo, se kuuluu asiaan. Noilla on tolleen suhteellisen helppo yhdistelmä, kun voi vaan fiilistellä. Ja meidän täytyy vähän juoksennella. Mut mitäs mä oikein tekisin? Mä teen vähän sotatönöjä ja vähän piiritystönöjä. Onko sulla vielä asioita hengissä? Oho, mulla on pari työtöntä ollut täällä jonkun aikaa.
Mun onangerit on kuolleet.
Joo, no mut se on vaan...
Nyt tulee aika paljon näiden kärryjä.
Joo, mä luulen, että niillä on varmaan talous viritetty semmoiseen priimaan, että niitä voi pyöritellä. Erityisesti jos ne joskus ennenkin pelannut, niillä saattaa olla sellainen ajatus siitä, miten tätä kannattaa ehkä lähestyä tätä heidän yhdistelmäänsä.
Sain heidän tykkityypit tapettua kuitenkin, mikä oli täällä.
Jep. No hyvä. Ja sitten on kuitenkin myös hyvin kallis toi noiden yhdistelmä, että niin kauan kuin meillä vaan on jotenkin tyypit hengissä, niin mitä mä tarvisin? 1000 kultaa. Missäs mun kullankaivajat on? Mulla ei ole. Ehkä noin vois olla. Noikin on ollut jonkun aikaa työttömiä. Ehkä tää mun talouden yksi tämmönen laatua alentanut tekijä on se, että tyypit ei varsinaisesti ole tekemässä töitä eikä mitään, vaan täällä vaan ollaan.
Kannattaako mun selustasta koittaa hyökätä hepoilla?
Joo. Paitsi ei noita koneita vastaan oikeastaan. Mut jos sä saat hoidettua noita kanuunoita pois, niin pysyis vaan siellä keskilinjoilla tekemässä tällaista häirintätyötä. Ne on kuitenkin noi ruutiaseet on se, millä ne tulee läpi. Ja tää muu on vaan tällaista hassuttelua. Tässähän mun pappitöinen tekijä on ehkä kuollut tässä rytäkässä, mutta yritän tehdä vähän joukkoja, niin ehkä tää tästä kääntyy.
Meillä on selvästi reitit tuolla takana.
Ja voiko sä käydä siellä tekeen?
Ei, niillä on muurit siinä välissä.
Kuin tylsää.
Aha! Tykkityyppi ampuu aika hyvin mun mangoneeliin.
Jep, joskus osuu. No okei, mutta ei tässä olekaan niin huolestuttava tilanne kuin mitä mä kuvittelin. Ainoa ongelma on ehkä se, että noilla ei ole mitään taloudellisia ongelmia todennäköisesti tällä hetkellä. Vaan ne voi siellä fiilistellä menemään. Ja meillä ehkä on pieni sellainen lähestyvä pula-aika edessä.
Mulla ei ole kultaa esimerkiksi kyllä kohta yhtään.
Jaa, mutta sä voit ottaa ton tosta. Niinku kohta.
Niin.
Mä katon, että saaks ton tehtyä ton. Parit farmit lisää. Oho, tonkin olisi voinut ehkä tehdä. Mä koitan päivitellä noita mun catapulttejani. Nää on sinänsä ihan ok näitä vastaan nää mun ammuskelijatahoni.
Toi keppiukko armeija tuolta.
Sitten vaan... No, mutta se on hyvä merkki, koska niillä me pärjätään tosi hyvin. Silloin niillä ei ehkä ole niin paljon resursseja kuin voisi kuvitella. Koska ne joutuu pelaamaan tosissaan tätä peliä. Hyvä! Mulla on enää 93 kyläläistä, vaikka joskus oli enemmän. Mitähän niille tapahtuu? Tai mulla on jonkinlainen aavistus siitä, mitä niille ehkä tapahtui, joten nyt sitten ei mennä siihen.
Aivan.
Pari munkkia lisää. Montako yliopistoa mulla on tehdä? 1 lisää. Oho, en katso. Ei varo sun poneja. Mulla on kepiheittäjiä tulossa, mutta... Oho, voihan muuri tossa välissä ja... Joo. Ai niin mun munkkeja on täällä hengailemassa. Joo, mutta ei meillä ole mitään hätää.
Koitti tulla tuolta. Tulee mulle nyt tuolta ylhäältä.
Mennään käymään siellä sitä.
Ei tule, tulee. Mulla on 100 mangoneelia tossa. Sen verran juoksutat, niin saadaan.
Jep. Helppo homma. Täällä kyllä mielellään juoksutellaan.
Aika nopeasti lähti mun linnan näköjään.
Jep. Mä koitan on vielä vähän vajaa populaatio. Hienoja osumia siellä. Hienoa. Älä suotta ja tappele, juokse pois vaan.
Joo, mä koitan saada noin tykkityypit tuolta vaikka.
Jep, se on ihan hyvä ajatus, mutta sä voit myös tappaa noin kyläläiset. Tai itse asiassa mä voin tappaa ne täällä takalinjoilla. Mitäs mä nyt sua laitan tällaisiin hommiin, kun... Okei, mä sain päivitettyä viimeisen päälle noi katapultit.
Nyt kuolee nää
Oho, nyt
heppani tänne väliin.
tää mun kepiheittelijät ottaa täällä vähän tarpeettomasti osumaa, mutta... Okei, pakoon vaan.
Mulla on nyt marketti täällä, onko sulla kauppareitti mahdollisuutta? Sulle tuli
Ei,
näköjään...
joo, tänne tuli pari norsua kyllä. Nää ottaakin tää tosissaan.
Näköjään.
Okei, voi olla, että mulle käy huonosti tässä.
Mä koitan saada niillä mangoneelit mitään aikaisemmin. Oho, mulle tuli 100. Noniin.
No, tässä ehkä käy huonosti, koska mulla on nyt tää kylä on nyt sitten ehkä hetken päästä aika tuhottu. Ehkä tällainen taktiikka oli yliverto
Se oli ihan ok.
tähän meidän olosuhteisiin, mutta
Kyllä tää oli tässä.
joo. Hyvä Mutta tässä ehkä näkyy tää areenan luonne, mistä en niin kamalasti tykkää, että sitten nää tavallaan, että jos ei tässä onnistu näissä muutamissa kohdissa hötkäyttäen hieman vastustajaa, niin kuin me ehkä onnistuttiin tuossa alussa tuon linnan rakentamisen hidastamisella esimerkiksi tekemään, niin sitten tyypit pelaa omaa peliä ja sitten voittaa. Et nyt kun niillä on 2 tollasta mun tulkintani mukaan ihan ok kansaa, ja koska mä en osannut pelata korealaisia ehkä niiden vahvuuksilla, niin sitten tää näyttää tältä, että toteutetaan omaa taktiikkaa ja sitten se on siinä. Eli siis, että parempi joukkue voittaa, mutta siinä on pelaamisen kanssa vähän tavallaan tekemistä, että jos molemmat laittaa taktiikat esille, että me tehdään näin ja me tehdään näin, niin sitten voi todeta, että no ei meistä kannata pelata. Toki ensi kerralla osataan suhtautua tähän eri tavalla tähän yhdistelmään, ehkäpä. Esimerkiksi laittaa linna tähän näiden väliin, niin että ne joutuu kiinnittämään huomioon siihen, jos ne haluaa saada tuon kaupan kulkea. Koska ei näillä kuitenkaan, jos käy vaikka punaista kattoa, niin ei täällä mikään kummonen talous ole.
No ei joo.
Se perustuu vaan tähän, että niiden muurien sisäpuolelle ei mennä. Ja sitten kun ne rauhassa tekee ton yhdistelmä, siis esimerkiksi sinänsä se, että tekee noita sotanorsuja, niin sen pitäisi olla sellainen häviävä taktiikka, mutta mun olisi tehdä joku 50 munkkia esimerkiksi, ja ylipäätään keskittyä talouteen enemmän sen sijaan, että höntyilen täällä kaikenlaisia muita juttuja. Et sitten kun tuolta tuli toi 50 norsua kylään, niin olisin käännyttänyt ne norsut ja taisi ollut taas meidän peli. Samalla lailla kuin siinä kohtaa, kun sä tulit pelastaa mut aikaisemmin, että momentum kääntyi hetkeksi.
Tässä loppuvaiheessa niin mulla oli 3600 kultaa ja 10 000 ruokaa.
Niin, siinä olisi saanut ehkä
huomioon.
muutaman taikaponin tehtyä. Mutta siis mä koen, että me pelattiin ihan hyvin. Sillä että vaikka tämä pisteero on tässä kohtaa 5000, niin koska mullakin on 3000 puuta ja 5000 ruokaa, 1,5 tonnia kultaa, niin tämä kaatuu enemmän ehkä siihen, että oli koko ajan tämmöinen kiire, että pitää tehdä jossain jotain. Niin sitten ei ehtinyt tuottaa armeijaa. Mutta siis tosi hyvä osoitus siitä, että mihin pystytään. Noitakin varmaan, siis kun olisi tehnyt ruutiukkoja, tuon keltaisen ruutiukkoja vastaan, niin ne olisi varmaan ollut myös ihan ok. Siinä kohtaa, kun tuli nämä piikkiukkelit, koska niillä kuitenkin on jonkun verran kantamaa. Mutta harvoin pääsee pelaamaan näillä loppuajan sotilailla, niin sitten unohtuu, mitä kaikkea pystyisi ylipäätään tekemään.
Reliikkikultaa tuli 3000.
Se oli just se. Oliko sulla 3 reliikkiä? Monta sä sait?
4.
Okei, no sitten se piisasi hienosti. Täydet bonukset.
150 kyläläistä. Siellä on kärryjä aika paljon varmaan.
Joo, ja näyttää siltä. Siis siinä kohtaa, kun tiputti sen linnan, niin jostain yrittää saman tien mennä sen kylään härkkiin myöskin. Niin se oli ehkä sellainen, missä olisi ollut hyvä...
Kyllä siellä oli aika varhaisessa vaiheessa näitä kärryjä.
Olisi voinut yrittää tehdä jonkun armeijan tyngän, vaikka pari ponia siinä kohtaa, kun pääsit muurista läpi. Niin myöskin. Ennen kuin se sai linnaa ehkä itse pystyy.
Kun katsoo tämän, miten tämä keltainen on kaavoittanut tämän nurkkansa täällä, kun on talot tuolla ja ulkokehällä sitten linna siellä sisällä ja sitten menee muuri tuolla ympäri ja lähtee tuosta nurkasta vielä tuonne 45 asteen kulmassa toi muuri, niin tämä on mun mielestä yksi upeimmista kaavoituksista. Mitä on ikiaikaan nähty.
Niin, tää on tälleen aika realistisen näköinen. On linna sisäpiha ja sitten on tommoset huoltorakennukset ja mitä ukkeleita siellä asuukin, mutta...
Seppä siellä pistelee miekkaa tulemaan.
Ja kuningas on visusti turvassa ja voi katsella sieltä korkeammasta tornista, että onhan noin meidän viirit vielä tuolla pystyssä tuolla rintamalla. Mutta sinänsä hienoa myös, että noi onnistu toteuttaa tällaisen. Tämä vaatii kuitenkin sitä, että saa tehtyä taloutta ja tommosia väkivahvoja ukkeleita. Niin tekivät kuitenkin hienon kamppailun. Niilläkin on vaan muutama 100 peliä takana. Tosin saman verran, eli ne on varmaan... Katsoks mä tätä oikein. Okei, hei Sirillä on 1 tappio enemmän kuin Aleinillä.
Okay.
Mutta niin kuitenkin 200 tiimipeliä taskussa. Niin ehkä ne on sitten jonkun verran yhdessä hionut myös tätä, että miten tämä homma hoidetaan.
Sitä vähän haiskattis.
Varmaksi ei voi sanoa, mutta...
Mutta niillä ei ole kuitenkaan klaania.
Näyttää siltä, että ne ei ole päässyt ihan niin pitkälle tässä elämässä. Tai se klaani on hajonnut ehkä. Sisäisiin ristiriitoihin.
Se voi olla.
Ja opeta se elefanttien tekeminen ja tee niitä poneja. En tee. Sitten meillä ei klaania. Voidaan me silti pelata joskus yhdessä. En mä sitä niin vakavasti meinannut. Mut hauskaa, kun vertaa johonkin, mitä tää olisi ollut ehkä vuosi sitten. Että on just päässyt linna-aikaan ja sitten tuolta tulee tommonen armeija vyöryen niskaan. Niin
Eli siihen, varsinkin siihen ensimmäisen kierroksen koomailuun nähden, niin aika hämmästyttävä suoritus.
Nousi johtesta.
Kyllä. Mä taidaan lopettaa tähän tältä erää.
De passa bra, niin kuin meillä
Ja
sanotaan.
passaasi.
Mutta oli silti hyvä, mitä 2-1 tai jotain rundi.
Plussalle.
Niin on
Ja
tulee kerrottavaa.
Streamin seuraajille kaikille yhdelle. Kiitos kun katsoit.
Kiitos.
Nyt raidataan. Niin, mä en itse asiassa osaa raidata täältä. Ride. Ui.
Osaat. Ei varmaan se vaikeampaa kuin bännääminen.
Yksi katsoja on valmiina raidaamaan. Surun kari.
Jos tänne asti joku pääsee, niin otan kyllä ilolla vastaan. Sulle se voi olla vain yksi, mutta meille se on 50%. Kiitos vaan Hopsipaapeli ja tervetuloa.
No niin.
Thank you and welcome, niin kuin meillä sanotaan.
Lähetti raidin yhden katsojan voimalla.
Ai.
Eikö
Kaikki parhaat.
Nyt mä menetin mun ainoan katsojan.
Niin, no niinhän se on, että jos jotain niin sitten voittaa, niin jotain sitten häviää. Rahaa, ystävyys. Ystävyys, elämä. Tiskirätti, pölypallo. Niin se on.
Nämä asiat juuri. Mutta ei muuta kuin hyvää kontsaa.
Joo, kiitos. Kiitos samoin. Kaikki mitä näin tähän mennessä oli just sitä.
Juuri näin.
Ja lisää tulee.
Jees. Palaillaan.
Palataan. Moi moi.
Niin.
Well. And welcome everyone to this now English speaking stream or part of the stream. During the evening we have learned various things about the game, and also stream wise we have learned that if you disconnect your network ever so shortly, it might be enough to cut your stream in half. That's good information. And also, despite all the great styling, the chat window still has a tendency of packing lines together, so some things with which to improve have been recognized. Now I was pondering about the possibility of having a short break, but decided against it. First we shall have Hopsipapeli only has 32 team games so far. A legend in the making. So instead we will have one versus one, just to get into the mood. Indeed. And there was something I was supposed to adjust as well. We still have a minute to go, so what was it? That we don't need. And alright, so the computer has been updating itself, and that probably explains the short annoyances that we had during the first games, perhaps. Alright, and after the break we might also have the very important camera. Now you just have to trust me when I describe what I see and do. Like pouring some bubbling water and then having a sip of that. Now we get to play Georgians against Lithuanians, and which is fun in a sense because Lithuanians are very good cavalry civ, but so is good luck, have fun. So is Georgians. And that sheep is in the most greatly placed, but well, misclicks were and the lag is real, but things will get better as we go. Somehow. So we have seen that Lithuanians have a really nice cavalry, and we should respect that. One thing I just realized was that we had no reason to prepare trade, actually, because we still had an access to gold, and as Hopsi Papeli mentioned after the game, he was also floating very much of gold, so also we can't get sheep like that. Okay, you learn something new every day. Am I right? So you get that, and then we will study for more. So for a while I was worried that we would be ill positioned, like this trade-wise, but actually it was never a thing that we should have worried too much about. In a similar manner, our opponents perhaps started their trade too early, so if only we had cut to their trade lines with ranged units, we could have gotten ourselves back into the game. But that's the beauty of the game as well, that you very easily get overwhelmed by all the action, and then you don't realize what to do. And even if you do, the execution may not be that perfect. So houses, right. No. Not losing villagers, very good. And yes. Execution, as mentioned. But so what do we do? We have gold. We haven't found our third gold necessarily, so it could be here somewhere. We would expect our dear opponent to open with scouts, but I'm only basing that not because I know Spensunet's playstyle, but because that's what cavalry civs tend to do, at least in my dreams. Don't know if... Okay, so this and that, yes. So we'll see if that will hold any truth to it, but actually after this you would go there, and eventually things will get better. Alright. So there's a lumber camp, and this time we didn't die the towns in the fire, at least not yet. Oh, still pushing the deer. That's good. And what do we do? A barracks, very important building, long term. So our cavalry regenerates. That's nice. Buildings are cheaper to repair. Fortified churches provide extra gathering rate. So that's a barracks then. Okay. But no walls then. Right. Well, we have been idle for some time, but good. Okay, so here's the wall. I'll try to remember that. Then blacksmith and a house. Perhaps a few farms. Alright, so 2 militia slash men at arms, and then so that's the main code. What else? I haven't seen their scout, so is it because they are building and combining forces and only showing when they have a few of them? Perhaps. No, hello. Okay, so nice walls, but still unfinished. So that's good. Well, I shouldn't be here, but oop. Alright, some idle time. Well, we may have lost up to 2 villagers. Could be more, could be less. Why do we only have 1 coal miner? Is it because we have lost so many? Perhaps. Well, and our horse is in the wrong position. That's alright. That's since early days, as we know. So no worries. 3 villagers perhaps died in the process. Oh no. Alright, then we will just carry on with this. No. They still have ponies alive, so that's something to keep in mind. Oh, hello. And back to farming you go. do we need gold? Sure, why not? And then, oh, we have been here for quite some time. That's alright. This is still first game of the day when it comes to 1 versus 1, so counts. That wasn't too intentional, or it wasn't too clever. If it was intentional. Na 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 na. I thought I had some eco upgrades, but I was wrong about that. So if I'm wrong about that, then what else am I wrong about? That's the question. All right. So what we need is few extra upgrades, since we are trying to postpone this feudal age. We don't really need houses, but why not? Oh. Da 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 da. Alright. You shall be a farmer. And then we have a few gold miners. You shall be there. Good. Second barracks. Very important indeed. Alright. So we can only hope that they are also spending a considerable amount of time microing their ponies. But we'll see if that is actually the case, because by math we should be that much more behind, due to the fact that we have lost some dearly needed villagers. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Now we could try to get. There's a pony. Welcome, welcome. And there you go. So now they are taking some losses, but that doesn't, of course, matter too much, because they can build more town centers and whatnots. Soon enough. So they have gold there, stone there, and they should be having. Oh. And then back to farms. Right, so nothing bad happening at home. But oops. So 4 knights. can be seen. And then you could go there. Now as soon as the well, that's a surprising move, but ooh, because they will want to get right. That makes sense. For they want the relics, since they are Lithuanians. No, 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 no. And what we might want to do is more people on wood. We could enjoy having a few. Oh. Scouts. Let's see. But ooh. So a counter attack, perhaps. Huh. So the dream is almost dead. That's alright. Let's just rotate there then. So let's rotate there. You could come back here. And then it's time to change the age. Yes. Alright. Ah. Well, they will be losing. Good. We attack some. Good. We just well, we will practice that as we go. No worries. So we have a stable, few scouts, just to help things out a bit. And we still have few men-at-arms running wild. Okay, that's good. Well done, everyone. That's exactly the kind of play that we need. Some upgrades, sure. Now, what we expect our opponent to do is just boom away and then show up with this huge army of nonsense. And there's very little we can do about that, but that's alright. So let's first improve these a bit. Crossbows would be nice, but they cost food. Right? Just keep on fighting there. And we had stone there, so let's keep this here and build few extra units there. Alright. Now you will be a task force for some future use. We will think of that later. And 65 gold. 65. Hello, knight. Scout things a bit. Since we are still alive. There you go. And then 150. Okay. Yes, we can do this. We will go there. You as well. No. Okay. And then we go. Let's have a look at their whereabouts. Houses. Right. So let's just look around. Let's see what they have over there then. Oh, hello. Nice reaction over here. And just in we go. No. We will take care of that. So we might lose a little of our army, of course, but that's alright, we can always build more, right? Even if we are a bit late to react to that. And then let's have a town center there and then carry on there, just in case. And then our ponies are still alive. Well, we were lacking some upgrades, but nah. Let's just see around. So they are booming, and that's not ideal for us. Especially since they have more town centers than we will ever have. Well, that's alright. Or you were actually supposed to be farming, but that's alright. We can have multiple things simultaneously. And there are no rights and wrongs. Oops. There you go. Back to the safety. And few ponies. Ooh, even a few knights. Good. Okay. And then we could do some gold mining. No, let's do stone mining instead. Why not? That's a weird kind of play, sort of. Like the amount of resources they are spending. Like, of course, we are losing villagers and whatnots too, but it's just weird. Well, weird. Oh. Perhaps they are not the greatest players. Which is very weird because this is ELO 1000, so how come they're not? Makes no sense, right? So an additional castle, why not? Hello. Ah, house walling like a boss. Now. Oh no 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 no, they know. Oh no. So we did everything right and still we are losing some villagers. Well, almost everything was done right, but not totally everything. And I knew it. Alright, so more cavalry. It's the perfect play for this kind of situation. Then we will just run there. And back to work you go. We have 45 villages and counting, so no worries. They have probably 150. But since the score difference is so slim, we could very easily just build a huge army of whatever and take it from there. Monaspa, of course, is the greatest unit there is, but I'm reluctant to proceed with them. Perhaps if we didn't lose 50 or so villages so far, we could be in a nice spot, because now what we can expect to see from them is a trebuchet protected by a castle. So they are taking this very seriously. Doing the correct plays, which is just makes me smile at this stage, because this has been a little bit one-sided game, perhaps. Or perhaps I'm just feeling that because I can see this side of the equation. Where is it? Okay, so murder holes, ballistics. Ballistics is the actually important thing. Then we will just get rid of that. And we could buffer our pikemans a bit. Despite the fact that it makes very little difference now that let's move you here, because we don't need no gold. What would we do with that? No, we don't need no stone, actually. Gold is nice, but pop up there, for example. You could help out a bit over there. And then we could carry on. What's... Oh, you. Yeah, just farm away from the depths of your hearts. So what we have faced here is a very classic way of playing Lithuanians, I think. Just cavalry and was there anything surprising in the process? I don't think I've seen anything, but we could still try to learn from the experience. Perhaps we could call it quits. Alright, GG. And thank you for your time. So Spensunet played the Lithuanians to the perfection, following the steps of Hopsi Paapeli. Perhaps it was a bit of a gambit to they even build barracks. Don't know why. Perhaps to surprise us with some units of who knows. Perhaps they were expecting Monaspas. But in any case, we had the largest army. So could be that we threw a bit by continuing the feudal age aggression without investing heavily to military in the process, and we also lost 5 or 10 villagers. Let's see, the Spensunet also has very ordinary icon as does Hopsi Paapeli, so either one is either one's fan, hopefully, presumably. But let's see what happened. Just a moment, I'll just verify what has happened. So they have played few Lithuanians games and Gujaras as well. So perhaps they are on a phase of trying to take good use or make good use of the Lithuanians' specialties. Right, so let's see what happened then. But I could tell with my with the little experience that I have that they were following a very strength first approach with this. Just how come they were pushing deer so late? Oh, because I was scouting early. Alright. Or early-ish. 8 minutes, but still. So walling the front, doing the... This is a very peculiar wall, in my opinion, but perhaps they had their reasons. So I'm curious to see whether we could have made a better use of the army that we had. Since we knew about the other wood line, was there ever a time when we could have this is the sort of thing so we lost 6 villagers here under the town center without noticing, and they have had like 2 scouts, so 4 scouts. So very good value for that. But also here they only have 1 stable, so we got them away from this wood line, which slowed down their progress a bit, but it probably would have made sense to spend our efforts on the stable, or we could have run around since the wall is still unfinished. Too bad that these feudal age units don't do too much damage, but we didn't have too great of a number of units either, so. But now they could build a new stable, and probably they are building that. Unless their plan, like if there is a order how things are supposed to be done, I didn't need to take down the barracks because they would do nothing with that. Destroying market would make more sense, or destroying blacksmith to prevent upgrades. And also just destroying houses is always a very good option. So I'm happy that we did do just that, despite the fact that they are adding more houses. But here comes the blacksmith upgrade, so we could have focused on that as well. But we are sort of idling 5-ish farms, and the knights that are supposed to be raiding us are staying at home. But we could have very easily had a group of army attacking elsewhere, so we could have split our forces a bit instead of trying to gather all around this single house. Since in any case they wanted to... Ooh, are they going to get house now? They are. Very good. We were just late 5 minutes or so for destroying that blacksmith. But in any case, and here I'm not following too closely, so I think it would make more sense to just destroy these houses here and there. But our army numbers aren't great enough, and sometimes the paths taken are suboptimal, so we didn't manage to patrol into their eco. So now we have lost the army presence, and what do? They will build up their armies, whereas this would be the great moment to attack, in my opinion. Well, alright, so we are 10 villagers behind, only trying to get to the next stage. So we should have some sort of trick up our sleeves, because we have lost the game unless we have. It could be if we were collecting enough stone so that we could drop a castle here, for example. This would be better if the room allows us. But we will be slow to that, and we didn't need the protective town center or the productive town center either. So we should be using our army, although yeah, I think the archer play was not necessary at all. We could have instead have few rams, for example, or scorpions or what have yous. But we could have been more active with the army that we had, and it could have been like, archers are not necessarily bad, but if we had read the map, we would have known that here is their stone, and here's the second. I didn't realize that. I checked the code earlier, but if we did know that there is stone there, then like if we knew that with our brains, then dropping a castle on top of their stone would have been a perfect play, because they probably were aiming at 3000ers, farms, then the castle, and then taking it from there. And now, if we had the army, a few more pikemen perhaps, then we could have built a forward castle. Since they couldn't have known the strength of our army. Okay, and then we could have had the light cavalry or scout cavalry to get rid of the monk. So in a way this was a, like, we didn't have a plan, but if we did, we would have had means to execute the plan. But here we are finally getting the contribution. So we have killed 11 villagers, which is a huge number. And if we didn't lose villagers here, of course this castle didn't need to happen here, for example, and we didn't need to lose all the villagers that we are about to lose soon. But what we needed was a castle a few minutes earlier here. So that's good. So feudal age aggression in a way works, but we just have to plan our next steps accordingly. Because now we are just playing a losing game, as will be shown very shortly. And this castle doesn't protect enough. Well, it protects the production buildings somewhat, but since they just circumvent around it, this is just a nuisance. We would need an additional castle there or something. And still we are losing the booming game, as is visible on the resources collected and village numbers and all. They don't have the eco upgrades as well either. So perhaps this attack on the lumber camp was timed in such a manner that they didn't, like, their plan fell off a bit. And since they didn't realize to do that, like, right after reaching the castle age, I think that's could be that they omitted it for a good reason, but could also be that that's something that you're supposed to do once you reach castle age. And since we are just about to destroy the lumber camp, perhaps they had queued one upgrade. Although I doubt that a bit. Does this work like just? Yeah. So did they ever have? No. So perhaps they just lacked the resources, the wood to do it, and decided to do it later, and then they never did, because most of the wood gatherers are here on this town center. But nice early aggression. After watching the recording, I'd like to state so. That's nice. Wasn't as bad a game as it felt after the shaky start and shaky moments here and there. And what's even greater is that we got to play without utilizing Monaspas, at least this time. So at least for now. Alright. Then we will have a quick break and then I'll carry on climbing the ladder. Hopefully. So back in 5 minutes, perhaps with the camera too. So stay tuned and be right back. Alright. And it just might be that we are back. Just a second. This is the proper way to end any break, by asking for more time. And you heard it here first. Oh, let's just queue up for more and then see if we indeed have means to fix everything up. No, we don't want to leave the screen. Perhaps now. Doop, 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 doop. Well, getting there, it seems. Aha! Right, some careful fine-tuning without breaking anything. Right, wasn't that easy. And let's see if we are still visible, audible, and so forth. Well, perhaps somewhat, yes. We could try to adjust the mic in the future as well. And then one of these days we will have Britons. I haven't played with Britons too much. I don't think could be the but of course what we will try to do is, oh, we have a horsey. Black cherry soda. What we are trying to do is not to play archers too much, at least. So we have some water. We have some curious lag that has been an issue today for me. Although not in the previous game, I don't think. So there's hoping that it's not going to last forever. Since there's water, we should probably be preparing some sort of ships. Although there are small bridges. Well, I haven't played this type of a map before, at least I can't recall it, so that's great. We also have more sheep. Ooh, is it only that we have this sort of what is it that you have around castles? This defensive structure in any case, and then moat, yes, and then that's all the water there is. Don't know, but we might just find out soon. So we are playing against Magyars, and again I'm expecting scouts, and this time we might be more alert not to lose 6 villagers to them, but can't of course make too much, if any, promises, because those can be very clever. And then we could also, everyone could focus on sheep afterwards, but there is quite much water it seems, so deep fish not yet visible, but could be a matter of time. Well, let's carry on with a not the perfect placement, but one that will have to do. That should give us some edge, depending how much they have already gathered visibility, of course, because if they know about the structure of the map and if they are already fishing with great intensity, for example, then it might be that this attempt of ours is not quite enough. So one more villager and then we go. Do we? Yes. Early aggression is what we try to do. It has to be one of the not greatest mining camps, but yeah, eventually it's going to be alright. It's just, we'll just have to trust the process. Okay, so a few militia on our way up, and then we'll see what happens. And is there something I'm missing? I could have microed that a bit. Then again, so we have quite a similar play perhaps there. So we are right next to each other. And there are this quick wall attempts. Let's just carry on with this. A spear. Well, we will react to that by saving for farms. So after these we could take those and then some more wood. Oh no. Alright, let's see if we could destroy that before it gets too worrisome. Okay, so this is a neat looking map then. It's still going to take a while. And more villagers, right. We don't have quite the numbers that I was hoping, but well. There's time and place for everything, so let's just hope. Da 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 da. Some more houses. Oh, actually, let's cancel this. Focus on that instead. Yes. This is great. We have learned from the previous mistakes and are idling our eco just the right amount. Oh no. Okay, there you go. You would come here as well. And then few farms. Ooh. Well, I wasn't paying attention and it cost us time. That's alright. Okay. No, 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 no. Oh, there you are. Good. Yes, we need you. Almost, but not quite. Okay, then we will just kill these and carry on. We will take care of that. He will go there. And there. Good. Alright. Some idle time, yes, but we can climb our way back to the game by hoping. Huh. And hoping we shall do. Just more of the same. Okay. Goodbye, horsey. Ooh, even doing all sorts of nice little walls there. Isn't this cute? Okay, so we need more people on all resources. Save for... For now. Okay, and... What? Okay. Let's go there again. You will take care of that, you will take care of that. And you will take care of that. Good! Then we need a few extra houses. Let's make it 4. And stables down. Good. So they will be reaching Castle Age soon-ish. Let's not focus on that. Just destroy the houses instead. And more farms, why not? Good. Well done, everyone. Oh, hold on, we could probably use your expertise there as well. So we have lost some, but we haven't lost too much. Let's just carry on producing all sorts of funny units and see if we can make them housed this time, because previously we gave up too early. Let's see how the rest of their eco looks like, because there might be a case that they have been expanding. So even archers. Now we could play skirmishers because we have all the resources that we need. Let's. That's not what you usually want to do. Play to your strengths, but we can do that. They are still. They have fletching and armor. Ooh, so they have a blacksmith. Right, well, let's take care of that then. 1,500 people, but if we produce skirmishers, then that's alright. Let's send this. Oops. There you go. So that's a curious thing. Alright. So they have invested into upgrades, as somewhat have we as well. We don't really need skirmishers, but they will look scary, so. And they will be annoying, even if they don't have too much well, attack capabilities. So the damage output will be here. Right. So the castle age. No. Let's scout this little map of theirs then. Hello? If only we had fletching. And archers. No. Well, luckily these are skirmishers, so that's alright. But they will probably be reaching castle age soon. And then they are expecting to win the game with the help of knights. So we would like to have some. Take care of that. But we should be able to get them off some. Oh, no, well, it was my command, so why not? So you come here to defend against the knights and or houses. No, we need you elsewhere. Good. Nope. Ah, rather terrible place to be in. Nope. Nope. Oh, right. So they shouldn't have too many upgrades. Oh. Since we did destroy, you could kill that if you No, 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 no. Well, now the knights shouldn't be too powerful anymore. And we need more wood. Okay, and once that's done, few of you could come here perhaps. So a castle is in the books. But we need people on wood. Okay. And then we need some. This is going to be nasty because once the castle is dropped. Okay, well, let's destroy what we can. So they are destroying our farmers. Luckily we had few people alert over here because I for one wasn't to the greatest extent, but well, that of course happens. And back to farms you go. You could perhaps help your fellow friend a bit, since they are knights after all. Okay, but against one knight we can perhaps survive somehow. Ah, black cherry soda giving up, and it's exciting to see how their eco was after that, but I can expect that this clean up here, because we have lost again 5 or so villagers, perhaps gave them a good feel about the game, but this time it was not enough. They have played some 1000 games. We will eventually get there as well. Thing worth noticing here is that we managed to keep our army alive. This doesn't happen all too often. Or we managed to add to our army numbers. Usually the case is that we lose much and we lose often, but not this time. So starting with loom, because they were housed. That's clever. And what happened after that? That also explains why their horse was so quick to find us, because we were right next to each other. Makes sense. Now that I think of it. And so that was actually the only pathway to the outer circle. So if we controlled that, which we sort of did, but we never realized that, so for some reason I thought there might be others, but it would have made sense to gate this or something. Right, but they didn't know the exact layout of the map, especially not after losing the horse. So now opening with spears gave them very little, and then they are adding scouts and also archers soon enough. But still they are adding skirmishers. Like, well, of course they are good against spearmen, so makes sense. But also archers would be good against spearmen. But their build doesn't allow for that. Also, the scouts were here. Like, I just forgot about those, and perhaps they did as well. And then when they showed back, they managed to kill quite a few. Yeah, I should have kept tab on those. They have loads of wood here. I don't know, perhaps they are managing or like balancing their eco now. Yeah. Forced to buy food because these are sort of things that are curious to me, because they bought food when they could have also built few extra archers, for example, since we only have infantry at this stage. Well, they have queued up a few, but they are. It seems that they are trying to get the castle age. No fletching this. I'm not sure. Let's see. But in theory, oh yeah, but they did invest. So there were no chief bonuses behind this, so they did indeed invest to archers. But it's still a curious thing, because if we build archers, we would have better ones due to being Britons. But I don't know this. Like, probably makes sense to use the market, but I'm not sure to what end they were using it. Since they had so much wood, they could have also moved more people on farms, but then they were worried about this. But they could have built a tower there and then build farms after behind that and fight with the villagers, because we only showed up with the skirmishes after the fact, after seeing all the archers. Now studying the map, or there is a gathering point misplay. Then 1000 wood. The scouts are still waiting. Once they start their work, I'm afraid that they will get ahead of us in the eco kills. Since this is our position is of course very good, but I was thinking that we managed to starve them from the wood, but they are still having 700 wood, so that's not that. They are starved on other fronts, and now they are lacking the upgrades that would be great to have. But the blacksmith is destroyed, and well, they don't have too many resources either, so now trying to get to the castle. And is this enough to make them think twice about that? Yeah. If they hadn't sold 200 stone earlier during the feudal age, then they would have almost enough for a castle already. I'm not sure if that would be enough. Alright, so let's see. 2 kills already. But okay, so I got really lucky that there was this single upgraded pikeman. So we only lost 2 villagers. And all these idle farms are due to my macro sleeping. And not because they are dead. The farmers. And meanwhile we got way more villager kills here when they started this raid here. So that was a game. But a fun one at that. To me at least. Don't know if you are able to repeat that success too often, but ever more reason to cherish while we could. And it seems that we might have been that faster player after a break. So perhaps that played a factor in these sorts of pushing through walls situations. That might be the case. Alright. GG's. And where is it? Here. And we are eager for more. Just the 15 seconds, please. Also this time we didn't take too many losses and we were able to deal damage to our opponent. So this feudal age allowed us to, or we were able to also upgrade ourselves to the castle age only a minute late or later than our opponent. Unlike in the previous game where it took multiple minutes and we had lost 6 or so villagers and had some idle time and whatnots on top of that. So perhaps that's why the feudal aggression worked. Better than it did in the match before the break. And now we get to see how Georgians are supposed to be played when Daniel Play shows us the way. Have a good luck, have a fun. Bulgarians gets militia line upgrades for free, so we should probably start with spearmen and skirmishers or something. Again, this hiccup. What could it be? So there's stone. So Georgians probably want to get to a castle at some stage, at least the previous game where I remembered to have played against Georgians that took place a week ago. Perhaps saw them building multiple castles, defensive ones, since we had a feudal aggression underway, which worked to a point, and eventually we won the game. But if we are able to keep our opponent away from stone, then that's of course a very nice thing indeed. And in the previous game, even if we only had a few skirmishers, that was enough to keep the stone miners at bay, especially once the army control slipped a bit. And you go there, good. And then we dealt some damage with the infantry as well. So our stones are there. We are still missing a gold mine, which is somewhere. A house. Thank you. And then a mule, perhaps. We also still lacking a few sheep. So let's go there and there, there and there and there, and then we will see what to do afterwards. So 4 is alright, and then that wasn't the perfect lure, but it was very alright-ish. So there we go, and then we'll see. If I'm not mistaken about the sheep. But in any case, we have a really nice looking base so far. Oops. Oh, well. Could help with that. And then 21 and up. There's the gold. Oh, and there's the sheep. Good. Okay, then let's go have a look at them. A secure barracks with a long distance to their base, just to surprise them later on. See how that goes. And then we are ready to go. Good. Then loom after we are there. And let's hope we are in time. Because we are not trying to produce... Oh, but we should expect scouts from them. Well. Oh. That wasn't the greatest, but wasn't the worst either. So you go there. Let's see. So we will build few spears. We need more people on wood, I think. And then few on gold if we are to. Ooh. Okay, so they are pushing the deer from there. Okay. So what we need is an archer range. We should have thought about that before doing all the upgrades. Perhaps. And then eventually a blacksmith, and then because we will want to have fletching for sure, but we have time before we are going to reach them. I am afraid. Oh, well, don't they have a nice woodline there? Good for you. So one spear, few archers, and then what? A house, 2 houses, few more archers, 2 spears just in case. They are needed here, not home, because we trust that our villagers are powerful force enough to fight or fend off any aggressive horses of sorts. Alright, so let's go. Probably it would make sense to try to go there from here. Still, it doesn't hurt to have one extra. Ooh, hello, hello. Alright. And home we go, and that's alright. So let's have a few farmers instead. And then send some, not you, not you. There, good. Well done everyone. And now we'll just carry on as planned. Well, perhaps you could help there, but otherwise... No, 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 no. Hello? Well, that's alright. So what are they doing now? More of the same? Presumably. I think they could have dealt more damage if they stayed here, but I don't know. And then you could go there. Good. Let's just carry on with this. And ooh. So now they are probably heading our way. Let's carry on with this. Get rid of that. And there you go. And you could come here. Right, houses. So let's see how this goes. They have a number of scouts, so could be that we need more. Oh, well. More units to fend them off. Hello, hello. Okay, so single. And again, they are running, but that's the neat part of being a Georgian. Hmm. Meanwhile, what have we lost here? Not too much, perhaps. But soon we will lose some. And alright, let's move about a bit. Oh no. Houses. You got this. And then what do we do? That's alright. And then not the greatest timing. Let's get rid of these for now. You would go there. Back to work. Few peoples like you. And there you go. Ooh, well that's good. That's bad. And then this might be over and done with. Oh no. Alright, so let's just carry on like we did. And then next age, what are we lacking? Yes, a surprise table. You could help with that as well. One more villager, and then what do we do with you? Farms? Alright. And up. This we don't need. Houses we do need. And are we ready? Good. Good. Very good, everyone. So let's go there with these. And then surprise our opponent with a few horses of our own. Few houses would be a surprising thing as well, because that's what we lost earlier, if I remember now. Just destroy this, why not? And so there's an archer range, two double double archer ranges, right? Few more. Alright. Alright, and there was this. Yes, I might have forgotten about that a bit. Right, and there we are. Then, what do we need? Few light cavalries to ride their eco. A few more farms probably. Some more damage output, speed, 50 gold. Alright people, chip in. We need, ooh. Well, isn't this a play? So a few more and then we go. even focusing on raiding with this. Hey, hello. What are we up to here? So we would like to get some additional armor for these, but everything happens so slowly around these places. Ooh, we also had this army here. Good. Come forth, my friends. Hello. And then we could ignore those and just focus on their cavalry. Sorry, focus on the villagers instead. And let's add a few more of those. And then you go, yes. Some very important upgrades, of course. See if we can destroy this. Okay, so we lost some units that didn't need to go down, but we will have a new batch coming up soon. So that's good. Could help there. And let's go. Like this. Perhaps we could have a few protective skirmishers as well. I don't know if we are late to that. But we have few horses too, so let's have them around here for now. Right, and you will come here. Just passing, don't you mind. Nothing happening at home. Ooh, so the blacksmith's down. Hello? And elite, right, so you were required here. And then let's see what's happening over there. So they have a castle. Yeah, we forgot to check their the stone positions. So that's what you get. Alright, let's just carry on producing houses. And then we killed this. Good. Back to work. Sorry everyone, it's been a slow day. And where's that? Alright, let's get rid of those then. Oh, well, we gave up some edge with that, but that's alright. We can still stay put here. Ooh. That's a daring move. And then just next age, is it? Sure. We have done our share here. Na, 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 na. Hello, hello. And right. So for the next age, we could use some buildings, and then let's go to that gold mine instead. Oh, well, actually, well, that is cute. So then, to the next stage, right? As the saying goes, it's time for us to go there as soon as we have enough gold. And then you could come here. Ooh. Right, let's go there and then come back. And few extra units just in case. Few defensive pikes. There's the castle dilemma. It's going to be rough, but once we get the siege workshop or 2, let's make it 2. Okay, let's make it 1. Ooh, hello. So they have Monaspas. What a great unit that is. Of course, it's probably too great for us to beat, but we could still try to produce some infantry just in case. Right, let's move to that hill instead. And then send few units over here. And then the thing that we need is more people on wood. But well, let's produce some. It's fun how they're trying to save these those Monaspas at any cost. Of course, that's what they are supposed to do, since they are so powerful and good and great and what have you, but still also a fun thing to me. Alright, so they have cleaned that for now. Let's produce few more, and then we would like to get to Hussar too, but I think the most important thing is Halberdia, just to give us some extra defensive capability. Or is it? It might not be, because now they have just enough of the numbers to. We have we might have been a little ill-timed with our. Let's just run there instead. Sorry about the hassle. And then go through there with this, and then you could be around, and then we might see what happens. Alright, so we will lose some, but we will also... No, don't go there. We need you elsewhere. Alright, so you are horses and you should be forced to reckon with. Right, and then we could take that gold, perhaps. And then just carry on like that. Alright, and then more villagers, lest we forget to produce those, and few more farms, you could go there as well. And what's happening over here? Villagers, it's alright. Few more rams, just passing, don't you mind. Oh, but we should have these there. Well, doesn't matter. It's still going to be a loss. If I ever saw any losses anywhere. Ooh, so there's the chanting. Okay, so let's gather our forces for a while and then try again. And more villagers, yes, back to work. You all could go there, and that's alright. And there you go. Let's just hit that sweet spot over there. Now we are expecting them to hit us, and if that happens, then we will hit them instead. So a halberdier upgrade. Yeah, that's good. Let's get rid of those. And keep on producing. Ooh, right, some upgrades. Let's do this as well, because having some people on... Yeah. So right, and we might have lost a few units here and there. What about our upgrades? Coming up next. Okay, so a few more of these, and then it's time for a next push. Too bad we don't have too many units alive in very many places, but ooh, and just when I say that, they are coming for the next push. So that is our queue. So here we go, and there you go, and then let's hop to the safety. Let's have a few protective units here as well. There you go. But you're supposed to help these. Okay. Well, some misplays here and there, but nothing too major. We can still work this out. We will just have a meeting and eventually things will be alrightish. Somehow. Oh, the Hussar upgrade, right. Anyone dying here? Nothing too major, no. Nothing we couldn't handle. Well, theirs was probably more effective one, but... Oh, sorry, we still need to kill you. Sorry. I got a bit carried away. And then you could help your friends here. Good. And then carry on here. Well, this has been one of the more wasteful battles that we have had in a some time, but it's alright. I still believe. And let's see if we have too many reasons to believe, but that's how we start this. That's how we approach this in any case. Okay. And there you go. Na 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 na. Oh, Temonaspas. They have what, 3 monks and a dream. So let's run here instead. Alright. And then after this you could move there. And let's just keep on spamming, because that's what we like to do. Right, and we also need this here. Some upgrades are also needed eventually. Chemistry and ballistics, just in case we need to defend again in the nearest future, and then we could try to go there. Few more units, and in we go. Goodbye, monks. It's always nice to have you, but can't have you all the time. Few more of these. We only have 105 villagers, so we should probably prep up or step up on that front. There you go. Or there you go. Let's just idle our eco a bit. And then build this. Oh, hello. Well, if we have ballistics and chemistry and all, this should be so much better, especially since they can't be watching everything all the time either. But of course the timing was ill, because we were just about to do great work. More town centers? That's great. Right, let's just run away then. And then we could just go there. And then perhaps you could build ourselves a castle here. Don't know if we can make it happen, but let's try. And some Monaspas are down. Ooh, well, some of our units are also a bit down-ish. So what could you be doing instead? This. Good. And then let's go there. Do we still have presence? Not too much, no we don't. And now the castle is going to be denied soon as well. That's not great, because we needed that very much. Well, luckily the halberdiers are very good, so that's alright. That's perhaps even great. Alright, so you kill those. Ah. So faster attacking cavalry, yes. Few extra stables. Few extra units. And what else do we need? We need to have some fun. There's nothing happening. Ooh, rushing the stone perhaps. By the looks of it. Yeah, let's just get rid of these. And then units we need, yes. And then let's just carry on with the party that we have had great success with earlier. Ooh. So a trebuchet. Well, that's great. And then we could go there with this. And do we have units? Let's go. Glad to have you. No, let's just focus on these instead. Since we still have somewhat nice eco. Okay, let's move these then, and that's alright, and then you could have this. And you could have a castle there and more wood cutting, why not? Right, so they have their villages somewhere. Let's have a look. And the castle still stands, and that's the important thing for us. More villagers, why not? And ooh, hello. And perhaps we could try to keep those in a little bit more better condition, but oh, well, this is nice. Okay, we don't really need people destroying farms. What do we need? You. Okay, and then farms. And perhaps few harassing units of our own. Oop. And then back to work you go. Alright, well that was a fun one. And so as soon as we got rid of their castle, even though that wasn't the only castle, they called it quits. So our initial thinking was perhaps correct, that they would like to get to Monaspas, but our play wasn't. Well, we kept them away from this stone, but they had this more close one that we could have also tried to get them away from, and at that we failed. And then this stone was made very inaccessible by the castles. Those could have been that more closer, but in any case, macro was slipping left and right, and now luckily it wasn't a game decider, but we have had quite much idle time, that is for sure. Also this time we weren't as good as in the previous game, keeping our army alive, so. But they managed to stay in the game for respectable time, given that they had not half the resources, but not far off, perhaps 2/3 of the resources that we did. And they were 15 minutes later to the Imperial Age. So perhaps our play would have made sense to just focus on their castle instead of focusing on the raids, because they only made Monaspa and that was their game winning unit. So long they had the castle, they were in the game, and once Monaspas were dealt with only 50 games on ladder and 500 team games. So welcome aboard, Daniel Play 2004. But in any case, if we had denied them from the possibility of playing their dream composition, then perhaps the game would have ended 15 minutes earlier, is my thinking process currently. But let's see. I don't think we saw anything besides Monaspas after they got the castle up. That was a hint. And then monks. But those were probably primarily to collect relics and then heal the Monaspas, since Georgians they heal some, but you can always help them a bit so they can survive those hit and run plays. So we are slightly ahead in resources collected now. Lost a villager. Was expecting to lose more, but our counter raid was effective in a sense that the scouts went back home and got quite distracted while we were able to idle their eco multiple times. If we had our army together, we could have cleaned those, but it was also a miss micro here and there. So they even did archer upgrade. Oh yeah, because cavalry archers, right. So this was a very important hill to camp on, and if those were there, then they would have died eventually, yes, but we could have denied the castle that much longer, for that much longer. But the light cavalry play was nice in a sense. They just arrived a little late and we didn't realize that the castle was under construction. Would have been a nice target. So on multiple fronts we had some difficulties. But now we have killed 27 villagers and we are only 12 villagers ahead. So that tells me that our idle TC time has been severe. So luckily we got some damage in, but that's the reason why it, like, our situation felt good and we are folding resources and all, but since we only had 2 town centers at this stage and we have had quite much idle town center time, we aren't in a commanding position. Not in such a position that a group of Monaspas couldn't turn or adjust the scales or even turn the scales to their advantage again. So, and now they are starting to boom, which isn't a bad idea because we are currently at 2 town centers. Not that they know that, because they haven't scouted, but they could probably guess by the fact that the attacks are that occasional and not too heavy. There hasn't been a real army. Only stand group, pikeman group is doing the work. But yeah, but in any case, they are idling their eco, so there's some macro slips here and there too. But perhaps that's just in case we tried to move in, trying to save there. But yeah, so it's Monaspas, and that's that. And now they're getting back to evening the villager numbers. And we are taking our time building the next push. We are probably going to fall behind in villages after this raid. Since we are going to lose units and we are only 7 ahead before the Monaspas arrive. I should probably respect these more because they are very well, someone might say dumb unit. So long they are grouped, they get this attack bonus. If I'm not mistaken, or mixing them with some other unit, and they are forced to reckon with. Okay, so we were evenish, but they only killed some handful of units with this raid. The real raid is only coming afterwards. But instead of these town centers, we should be destroying the castle, because that's where the production is, if it's ever anywhere. But these were really good at like idling their eco. So the only thing lacking was enough support units. Halberdia would be great. We will be getting there soon to stop the Monaspa from just running in and killing. Another thing that's working in our favor is the fact that we also have cavalry that is usually able to move quite fast, so those Monaspa are forced to chase around a bit instead of being able to decide where the fight occurs. But yeah, then they are coming back and doing the exact same maneuver. And when they move in, we try to move in. But now we have gotten, like, they stopped producing villagers after the raid, so I don't know if that was intentional or whether the villagers were queued in, like, perhaps idling the eco forced them to prioritize Monaspas for a while or something like that. So this was way better, but very wasteful push. And we have lost 25, perhaps 25-ish villagers in the counter raid. And they still have the 10 or so. They had 15 or 16 Monaspas in the couple of minutes ago, and they are still up and running. Like, even few Halberdia, of course I had fewer numbers, but they don't do too much. And once you have few of those, then these are going to melt. But the nice thing is that since they haven't walled in too much, well, they are attempting to do that, but we are able to run around a bit. So there's stone as well. I don't know if they realized they could take it, but... And again, we are quite even in villager numbers, so now they have heavily queued up more villagers. So this was quite even. I should have respected that more, I think. And now, especially since we got to Imperial Age, prioritizing castle so that we could start trapping. Well, then again, they would have just hit us with their Monaspas, so... So then again... And now luckily they only have a handful of cavalry, and they are losing that much It tells about the strength of the unit, that you can have a handful of these and get rid of Hussar. So they're quite heavy units. Like, you don't need any real defense, actually, so long you have few Monaspas. Just control them and you will be fine. 2 halberdiers go down there. And we were lucky that those, although we showed the castle, we had few spare halberdiers. Those would have probably won. No, they didn't. Okay. If they had few more, they would have won. But in any case, their base still looks nice. It's just the castle position. And now their offensive castle is well placed. I think it could be even more. Well, no, it's probably very good. Well, especially, well, they don't know what is out there, so it's lucky positioning, but that's what happens when you follow your heart. This was a daring attempt, but perhaps they read the game a bit differently as well, so they thought that we only had... They saw all the town centers, so they should expect... Perhaps it's just because they know... So they knew that they had dealt so much damage by the raids, and they have Monaspa, and now they have 2 castles with which to produce them. So it's only the lack of gold and farms now that this cannot be reclaimed that easily anymore, that it's starting to fall apart. Especially now the castle goes down and all these farms are lost. Yeah. But I thought this turned to our... well, it was perhaps in our favor for quite some time. 54 Monaspas. But... I thought after winning the game that we had such a commanding position for some 10 minutes that we should have been able to win it, but it would have taken more army control and patience and thinking than I expected. So we should have thought about cold access, for example, because now this mine is gone. They have that there, and then we are raiding, and there's nothing stopping us, since they no longer have the Monaspa numbers and they don't have resources to replenish those. Alright, and the last Monaspa is about to go down. But we made it perhaps more even than needed to be, but that's also due to the fact that Daniel played 2004 gave it a good shot. Right, but resources collected, so we almost had the double, so 2/3 is not far off, even though we had even more than that. So we were a bit wasteful, upgrade and army control wise. And we should have focused on the castle, since after losing the castle they would not have any army products on buildings, or any products on buildings for the type of army that they wanted. So perhaps next time we will follow with our hunch even more better. But yeah, I thought once. Did they ever get the elite? I didn't check that. No, they didn't. But by the fact that we were so much faster to Imperial Age, I didn't stress about the situation too much. But in retrospect, if they had showed at our doorstep when we didn't have a castle at home and just focused on the town centers, they would have probably been able to kill those, kill the town center and kill the 20 or so villagers before I could have gotten the reinforcements to help. I don't know if that would have made a difference. At least that's the sort of respect I'm giving to Monaspa. And it feels like they could just shred through the towns and the fire and everything, not caring the least. Especially since they have the regeneration bonus too. But yeah, one of these days the kill death ratio is going to be in our favor too. I'll feed the cat and have a shortest break ever. But we'll be back soon. So stay tuned if you are into this, and if you are not, then thanks for trying. See you soon. Alright. Actually, this time it didn't take 15 minutes, so you are witnessing improvement. And isn't that just great? Now let's see if we can also get this back. Yes. And what's left for us to do is to find the right window and then queue up for more. So some, what is it, 36th day, yes, and it's been not necessarily a year, but it's not far off. So almost a year we have played on the ladder, and this is how far we have gotten so far. I think it was between 10th and 20th game day when we realized that it would probably make sense to watch the resources to have an overall idea of our opponent's cold deposits, for example, even though that's still something we are neglecting ever so often. And now we are slowly expanding that to other resources as well. So what about wood? What about stone? And perhaps with some repetition we will be able to memorize, create these sorts of Magyars we face again. But this time it's by X book me baby X. So X hook me baby X. Sorry. But they probably have something to them. Oh, then we are just randomly biased ever so slightly. Okay, so this is the most curious thing, this early game lag. I don't know if it's something that we don't realize later on that's constantly happening, or is it downloading some, not downloading, but just loading some elements to the memory or something that could explain that. We have a really nice looking base, by the way. Just a very dense and safe and sound and secure, and we have elephants and we have some sheep, and what we don't have we don't need. So Magyars get Magyar Hussar eventually. They might not leave for their castles, but I don't think they will turn them down if they are offered a castle. So let's go have a look at their base to learn more. Oof. We also have active cats that could enjoy from having some extra petting, but we will take care of that later on. So we have stone forward. This is well, in an awkward position from my point of view because it's behind that forest too. But stone cold. But we got at least a rather safe cold. We have wood line right next to it. Berries on the back, so we shouldn't be too sad about our map. Especially since if we wanted to wall it, we could very easily do such a work. As Italians, we get Genoese crossbowman, which is probably nice against cavalry. At least I could try to play that out, but I think Italians are generally an alrightish civ, even though I may not know the strengths. So archers. So what do we do is we start with infantry as it is the clearest choice. Obviously. And there you go. So if they are right next to each other, then they are killed. Like that. Okay, let's... Yes. Perfection is achieved. We still have room for more villagers. We haven't scouted our opponent. Could be here then. But not right next to the relic, that's a given. So they are still pushing their deer up. Because otherwise they would have a higher score already. So that's a neutral stone then. They can't be there, although they are arriving from that side, so it's not out from the question. Alright, we have clever plans, so we wouldn't want to their scouts. We wouldn't want their scouts to see those. Do we have enough food? Hopefully. Well, should have thought about that earlier. Okay. Oh yeah, because we get cheaper age up costs. What is 25%? 15? Alright, well, our militia rush is going to be that much more great. So you do those and then we will just do something good. So farm a clock. Here would be one, so there and there. Sure, why not? Then double barracks. Oh, but we need gold as well. So we don't actually need a double barracks, we need other things. Okay, so where are they? Well, that's one way to learn to play the game. Ooh, right next to us. That's nice. And they have more scouts. Alright, so let's have an extra spear. And then perhaps could run away like this. So they are fast castling, which is alright. Let's actually let's not produce militia. We will want to get the cheaper costs first. It's going to take forever. So few spears, right, few houses, and then you could go there as well, because we don't need too much. Let's actually do this since you don't mind losing 2-3 villages, that's alright. Three villages, that's alright. Alright. And then we will surprise them. So the double barracks play was not too required at all. Who knew? But luckily we only lost our scout in the process, so that's alright. Hello. And we almost got a kill. Okay. And then we will start pushing. But the problem is that the way they are playing, of course, is that they will just build a few scouts and then fast castle from there. Usually. And now that they have gotten the kills, they have the eco lead, all the only thing they have to take care of is not to... Nice way they are. Handling things. Okay. Great. We'll take care of that. And we'll be watching. And all of a sudden we should be only looking for more wood. Okay. Then here you go. These spears just in case. So I think they added more scouts, which would be good for us. Then we could try to get through from there. And we could add some farms. Like this. Defensive men-at-arms, always required and good to have around. And meanwhile, okay. Back to work you go. What about here? Good things are happening. Good. Let's just carry on doing that then. Okay, that's alright. And what's happening here? Nothing's happening. Good. Here we are having a very important fight. Here nothing. And here nothing either. Oh. Okay, they are also low on health. It's no issue to us. Good. There you go. Let's just keep on building then. Oh. Right, and more houses. Right, of course. Let's see about this side. We don't care about the barracks too much. So this is going to cost them some wood. This That's good. So what's the building there then? More houses. And archery range. Alright, but no archers as of yet. And then we could probably produce a few archers. No, actually, but skirmishers of our own, because we are clever like that. No, the farms are going to run out soon enough. So Magyars. Probably. Okay, well, we haven't done too much of that. So, cavalry archers. Is that something we could expect from them? Okay, time to idle their eco if possible. No, let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's just stay here and enjoy the life. So crossbows, alright. Okay. So we would like to get the next age, but we are under farming. And we have too few people doing other stuff here as well. This is alright. Still a fun game. And we could hit them soon enough. So no ballistics. There you go. Few more villagers, why not? And then we could try to produce more. But then again, we are Italians. We could also surprise our enemies with cavalry soon enough. There you go. So archers are incoming and... Oh, but these are cheaper, right? It's very good that we are Italians and that we remember such thing every now and then. Because the only thing we need is skirmishers. Then we could, after we have some skirmishers around, of course they are crossbows. Their units. Oh, sorry. Okay, so you will go there, and you will go there. Hello, hello. And then we will need more of these. Perhaps a second range. You could help with that. A few more houses. Good. And then... well, town centers soon enough. But we still have a few seconds before they show up. So that's alright. Meanwhile, we could prepare other upgrades. Hello. And then it's town center. Do we want to have gold? So they are probably booming away. But they did do some army, so you can expect Castle Age activity. We can do this. Yes. Oh. It's great. Okay. So now the only thing we need is some security against potential horses and a group of horses of our own. And you can become nuisance. Perhaps let's take a few of you here to get some vision, because they will show up eventually. Alright. And then town center there, why not? And more people on gold. Good. So ballistics eventually, but we need wood before we can afford that. Ooh, well, weren't we lucky that we just moved our operations elsewhere? Well, not totally elsewhere, but somewhat elsewhere. And back to work do you go, but don't go there. That could be a little risky, so let's move you there. Then you could go there. And then they have seen the stable, but do they believe their eyes? Is the next question. Hello? Okay. So it's a knight's play. Luckily, we have just the tools for that, but could be that they are a little bit late. Oh no, it's going to be alright. Just run. It's going to be great. To the safety you go. Hello, hello. Alright. And what then? We have 2 knights, so we could try to roam the cities a bit. Oh, sorry. My bad, my bad, my bad. Now this is Age of Empires, as it's played. But we could use the range, and it wouldn't hurt to have some ballistics in place as well. Ooh. It's exactly the moment when we need these. Yeah, you could help these out a bit. And there you go. Good. And then what else? Nothing else. Let's take care of those villagers. Hello. What a great army control there. Okay, I'll keep these here. And some extra armor. Let's move these in here as well. Except for you. Okay, well, soldiers could probably stay, but you. And then you could move here, why not? Alright, and then we have enough resources for a castle, so let's have it there. And then carry on with our lives afterwards. Da 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 da. Hello. If only we had ballistics, but well, there's time and place for everything. So that's down. Okay. Some villagers going down here as well, but we can always produce more. And then you could hide here. Right. That's good. Now we got the Genoese crossbowman. And meanwhile we are killing some villagers ourselves too. So that's good. And some knights would be enough to get rid of that. Presumably. Ha ha ha. Little do they know that we can afford for more. So, of course, some of these have been idle for some time, but like basically. Our situation may be bad, but it's not intolerable. Ah! And oops, sorry. You go back there. Thank you. Sorry. Misplay, misplay. My bad, my bad. And then just more castles. What's happening here? Let's have a look. Alright. And that's that. Okay. Well done, everyone. Now we could enjoy some more resources, and they probably have noticed this to a degree, but I'm not sure to which degree that would be the case. We are lacking some upgrades too. So this gold mine is up for us to have this and there. Yes, it's very difficult to see if some raiding is taking place. So this is what keeps us in the game now. The fact that we got some nice raids. We have lost more, but we haven't lost all, as the saying goes. Then we need some extra ranged units and few extra farmers, perhaps. There you go. Yeah, no. Okay, well, it was a nice run. And you go there instead of going there. It's good. Since we don't actually need all that there. Good. Okay. And then meanwhile we have some raidings happening. That's alright. That's part of the game. Ballistics. Soon enough. Murder holes, why not? And few pikemen just to show off our powers. And then what? A few units to raid with as well. So they will be reaching the next age soon, and that would be a bad thing for us because we would like to be now I go there instead in commanding lead ourselves, but after the bit wasteful phases that's not always a possibility. Oh, nice catch. Well done everyone. Let's go there. Extra damage output would be nice, but I can't see us having food for some reason for that. Why would that be the case? I don't know. Perhaps the extra visibility would also be nice. Extra foot archer armor. That's good. Oh, hello. Right, and there you go. And in you go. Let's just have a few condottieri of our own. Now all we need is gold, and then we could also be reaching for the next age, which would... Oh, we have the pikes, good. Okay, so you could come here. So little did they know about specialty, which is the murder holes. Alright. So they have a commanding lead, but what do we need? Light cavalry to destroy the trebuchets, perhaps. Few more farms, or actually let's just go there instead. And few pikes. We don't need wood cutters as much. But our eco is not as powerful as it's supposed to be, of course. So it could be that we are about to lose the game after taking heavy losses. It may be coming down to that. Single fact. Hello. Really nice play from X-Boog me baby X. Since we really didn't have too much of a chance. So, GG. Thank you for your time. And I think we should have made better decisions. Not well enough, but maybe next time. Thanks. Fun one. In any case, the army micro was better than ours. I'm afraid that is the case. You handled it well, though, of course. I would like it to work, so we'll keep practicing. Thanks. See you around. X, hook me baby X. the newest addition to our list of friends, and they know the game because they knew that Men at Arms is not the play you will want to open with, especially Men at Arms rush type of approach. But we threw this was very similar to the first 1-versus-1 game of the day, in a sense that we were late to transition to the next age, because if we still had few of our men at arms alive, few spearmen alive, then that would have had potential. It would have had some potential, but instead it took us extra 5 minutes or so to get to the next age. Well, at least it felt like 5 minutes, and then we didn't have the numbers anymore, and due to all the upgrades we did, we wasted quite much initiative, and well, they are also villagers very often. But yeah, you can tell that they have played or they have watched how this is supposed to be played, because the sheep are gathered some distance away so that there is no waste due to the fact of people killing too many sheep simultaneously and all that. So the sort of play or the sort of player who doesn't really fall very easily to our tricks or off meta plays, because they see that we are spending resources on men at arms, and that's just like why type of a situation. So they are spending some wood here repairing, but it's still nothing in comparison, and we are already 10 villages behind. Of course we lost 4 villagers here or here. So but they also lost a villager to boar. So some hiccups here and there. Could have that activated their try hard mode, that we cannot give up any more advantage to them. So are they about to be housed? No, because they have house walls everywhere. And so they are occasionally repairing, costs few wood here and there, but nothing major. And now, since they are fully closed, we should have anticipated the archers and add few skirmishers to protect these units. Like, that would have been a very rock paper scissors play. Instead of losing all this army, that is very valuable because it cost us our castle age, we are just throwing them away in the following minutes. If we did have few skirmishers, we could have danced around a bit, and we could have kept on harassing them, destroying buildings and whatnots, because we are only 6 villagers behind. So they have now queued up more villagers, and we have 5 minutes idle TC time, so they have done very good job keeping the macro alive, whereas we are indecisiveness is perhaps a very descriptive word. We are very indecisive about what we are supposed to do, but we are some might say that we have lost the game at this stage. We are 6 or 5 villagers behind, and they got the crossbow. They have a nice looking eco, and we don't have units to contest them with. if these, well, once they build a knight or two, these aren't going to do too much. But yeah, so we the reaction, first of all, faster reaction would have been nice, but also once we started booming, we should have added more thousanders right away, and also the spearmen in numbers to, or knights of our own to counter their knights. Varför as we say. But they also have now gotten some idle TC time. But I'm happy that they took the long trip, the clever play, and we just happened to time our movements in such a fashion that we only lost some 10 villages or so. So they have few knights and they are now producing more. They are not producing more crossbows. So the only kill that they got was this one spearman or pikeman at that stage. But now we are losing the skirmishers and we are scouting with those. And we are not really building more villages, so here we should be more hurried. We should feel the need to push the pedal to the metal or otherwise, or vice versa, because now we are just giving them the edge. They have the free boom, and it's easy as that. But this was their only stone, so we could have prevented, if he had map control, we could have prevented them from dropping a castle on us. And even having a siege workshop of our own, really nice, but we could have built this in a defensive position so that it wasn't as easily destroyed as it was. Then again, now we don't have the army, we don't have the map control or anything, but if we had, building a castle on top of their stone would have been nice. But the nice thing is that these two knights managed to kill, what, 12 units already? So while they have been dancing here, they also had trouble noticing what's happening in their own base. So all of a sudden we have gotten in total of 16 villager kills, but we just needed more of that, and we needed less this. And perhaps against knights it would make sense to have such a compact base that they couldn't there's a nice peak again. Of course they will send more, but still. So that when the knights are running wild, they would be hit by something. Also, we never got the ballistics. Or we got them never, right? But it took us a while. So the defensive structures don't really do much. But here they are doing the correct play of keeping on pushing, and we didn't have too much. Like now we again have some resources, but we should be getting to the next age, and even if we did raid them, they still had superior army numbers. So well played, a good lesson about keeping army together and controlling 2 to 3 groups of army as well, which is something that we might learn eventually, but currently it's on the to-do list. And they weren't even the fastest ever. They just played cleverly. So that's good. But also goes to show that if we... Ooh. Only a day to go. If we play our macro very sloppily, at least in comparison, and neglect the villager queuing and the eco balances and whatnots, then it's going to be very difficult to keep up with a player who has a plan. Let's see. But the nice thing is that we got some raiding in, so they also got to taste how it feels to have knights in your base while you're trying to do some microing in the front. Drone. And again, we did neglect the fact that the stone mines were positioned in the front. Alright. Not that it would have necessarily changed too much, but perhaps I would have, since the thinking process went along the lines that we are in no hurry, because that's a throwaway army if I ever saw one, and whatnot, what have you. But a total 0-2. But if we had realized that actually that is their main stone, and we scouted that spike, perhaps that's because they are going to have the server maintenance. So it's a server in need of a maintenance that's doing the hiccup. But in any case, I could have thought that if we are to win the game, we must not lose the position, and we must not let the archers roam free. So then there might have been some extra urgency to our... Okay, so then we have the sheep. Pum, 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 pum. To our skirmisher switch, and then that would have made everything so much easier. Bohemians get eco upgrades 1 age earlier, right? And then that's something that I didn't remember during the arena game earlier, when we still had team games. But I could have mentioned that. That wouldn't have changed too much, but it's still important piece of information, since we are trying to memorize some of the things. This time our map looks quite open, but the gold is very safe. And you have stone in the front, but also here on the left. So that should be very good. No one died. No. Oh well. Alright, that's alright. Alright, because those were the starting sheep. these 3 here. And I thought we already had them all, but little did I know. That's a terrible house. Alright, we'll take it. It's just a matter of time before something happens and we will get rid of that. Right. Let's see if that's going to hurt us in the future. Blacksmiths and universities are cheaper, so that's great. Chemistry is available earlier. Bonus damage for spearman line, which is cool. And then you could go there. Let's do it in this old-fashioned way, just in case. There you go. And 2 more there. Okay. And then it's up a clock. Perhaps a Codel 02. Do we know them? Not necessarily. We are quite close. Not the closest, but close-ish. Right, but we need more. More wood, but also other things. Let's see. Our previous opponent was really nice, since they mentioned that the men-at-arms don't really work too well. This here. Well, one of these days I'll manage. One of these days. Actually, it can't be right there, so let's study a bit. So forward gold, these additional ones, but then actually let's send few people there. Alright, and then soon it's a farm o'clock. Now we will prioritize the axe, as the clever people do. 100. We will never get there because we don't have too many people doing anything of value. So let's have few farmers, few houses, and 175. Well, that's not going to happen, is it? No. Dravidians, what would they be up to? Infantry, perhaps? What would these guys be up to? So we will lose few. Well, let's just send more, since we can afford to. No. You will go there, okay. And then I'm not watching too closely, so things might go awry. You go there. Few more villagers, thank you very much. There, good. Okay, everything's again in balance. No one died or anything. Hmm. They don't care about that. Presumably. For the gold. I have a tendency of losing few villagers. It's not like it's happening constantly and all the time, but I have a tendency. House 2. Right. You will get rid of that. And they will get some extra damage. Ooh, yes. Goodbye. And more on cold. And all of a sudden things will somehow work out. Right. Just right. Ooh. Hello. Well done, everyone. Now you've done it. Okay, so you will get rid of those. And it's going to be just right. And just fine. More infantry. Yes, please. There you go. And what then? Skirmisher is not showing themselves. So do they think that they made enough damage? Perhaps even repairing a house. Okay. Houses. Oh. Then if only we had more people collecting wood. But well. And now we need house before. But luckily we are going to lose some units, so it's alright. Oh, help. It's good. So let's just run there. And the house. Good. And then what's going on? Everything's going on, but in a nice manner. So you will destroy that. And then we will move there. Good. Well done, everyone. Okay. So some idle farms, that's alright. Few more villagers to positions. And let's go there instead. Hello, hello. So fletching, not much else. let's see if we could kill these and then carry on doing other stuff. Since we have things to do. Houses. Oh. Oh, but we need a building such as stable, yes. Okay. And then an archer, okay. And then we shall go up after losing very little of anything of value. Right. We don't get bloodlines, so we will just create few scouts to harass those a bit. And now we will try to keep these alive if possible. Right, there you go. So 8,000 there, alright. Do we have anything powerful with which to engage? Not really. Well, if we get to a castle, yes, but see if we can. Right, so let's stay there. And go there again. If there's is an eco approach, then we might be in a tricky situation because Dravidians get at least elephants. I've seen some of those in the previous games, the previous lives. So far it seems to be an archery play or ranged play. Right, so let's destroy those and then send more people out there. Probably stay in the wait for a while here. And 10 villagers in the queue. That's cute. Yeah, let's see if we can make this happen before they are located. And Zender, that's neat. Right, so the archers are coming. No, don't go there. Wherever but there. Oh, well. First we could have had few people in card as well. So fletching a clock makes sense. Oh no, go there instead. Alright, then we could go there. And the only problem is that we have taken a little more damage that is necessarily good for our health. No, don't go there. But luckily we can have a few... Oops. There you go. We could have a few knights to solve the problem. Once and for all. So that's a dead one and then we will get rid of that. Good. And back to farming you go. And then there's more stone there. Oh, that's a misplay. Right. And what else? More people could work. That would be nice. We haven't been found there yet. The situation is a dire one. Right, so let's build a castle here. And then carry on with that. Because now only thing we need is just few cute ponies to solve every problem we might have. Now, we haven't done too much damage, I don't think, but ooh, okay, let's get rid of that. But if their macro is slipping like ours is, then there's a chance. Of course. Alright, we will just keep on building castles and that's that. So a few farms. We still have a positive number of units alive, so that's good. And we could try to see if there's some damage that we could deal here and there. A nice looking castle. Let's see if it's instantly killed. Perhaps not. And then we could go there. And what sort of unit composition would make sense or would be nice? Or ballistics? Not yet. And then here we go. Actually, let's go there. And just build a few nice looking buildings ourselves. And perhaps a castle here. Why not? If we can just pull it off. But we are going to need some units to help there. We might still be in a position where we can do just that. Alright, and then there you go. Back to work. Ooh, so the plan is to just raid us then, huh? That's alright. That's a plan that makes sense. So perhaps you could go there. And you could get some... Oh, okay. So ballistics would be nice. And we could eventually... have other units of value too. Let's just carry on. But so ballistics. See if we can pull that off as well. Let's build these and move here. I don't think they have noticed already that we have some castles in place. Oops. But there are very many things that I'm not noticing either, so help. And then more archers and few scorpions, just to spice it off a bit. Spearmans eventually will be a play too. Oh, right. Need help there as well. Hey. Well, that was my misplay, but still. Ooh. So let's move there and just camp the location. Chemistry, eventually, yes. Then you could be farmers, and you could be farmers as well. And then good. And let's go there. More. So chemistry. Chemistry. Ooh. And are we losing something here? There. I'm not seeing if we are, but that's still somewhat likely, since that very often happens. Let's go there. Ah! Still alive. Alright. So let's just move few more few more archers here-ish. Very good. And then you could come here, build us a castle, even though it's going to go down soonish. Still. Oh! Destroy that and then... No, don't destroy that. Just build us a castle and we'll think of the following steps afterwards. Few more farms. Good. And it's alright. You can always move these elsewhere in any case. Let's still faster moving gunpowder units. Well that's tempting. So let's have it as well. Well, that was ill positioned, but who knew it would go down as fast as it did? Nobody knew. They don't have ballistics. That's good. Okay. Okay, and there you go. And then just let's carry on doing stuff. Very good. Thank you everyone. And we are still holding here, so that's nice. Okay, well done everyone. Good job. And then it's time to reach for the next age. Right. Soon enough. Huh. That's odd. There are things they are not noticing. But there are probably things I'm not noticing either, so that's alright. No worries, no worries. Okay, and then we can carry on. Somewhere like here, for example. Oh, gold. We should have taken the gold when we had a chance, then. Is my next... that's how my thinking process goes now. Oh, let's add a few more farms. And then you could come here and build us an additional castle, just in case. Oops. And then you could come here. If you still can. And let's get a group of horses of our own. No, don't go there. Just keep on doing our stuff over here instead. Alright, so it seems like this is a spam game, which is something we usually like, so no worries. All we need is few upgrades, and then... Oh, sorry. I wasn't watching, my mistake. I should have. And then we go there. Alright, and then there we go again. Let's save this for now. Pum, pum, pum. More people on gold, so we have this gold. Perhaps we could try to utilize it then. So we could expect some elephants from our dear opponent, since that's actually the only thing we have seen. And some slow motion, enjoying the life in general action. Oh. Now if we should... Let's move these there. Now should we defend this? Well, sure, why not? At least we could try not to lose it without fighting a bit. Right, and there you go. And you could probably come here as well. Sorry, I wasn't watching. You are very dear to me, but I just couldn't. Na 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 na. A single trebuchet, that's a weird choice. And the only thing they are doing is spamming hussar or light cavalry. Okay. Well, that's probably quite alright when it comes to life in general. Let's go there. And build a few barracks here and there, why not? And there we go. And there we go as well. Let's have few extra houses just in case. And then slowly rotate our army, our eco to that side instead. And by slowly I mean as fast as possible. Alright, still doing the kills here, very good. And what about here? We have the numbers, so perhaps we could do some damage with those as well. And just send these in. They probably have some numbers themselves too, but and a few trebuchets just to push through. Okay, since we still have villagers, could be that they have more villagers, but it's also possible that they don't. So this could be a base change, if you know that. Okay, and there you go. Just build more farms. And then back to work. Actually, you could probably go there. And then we could try to get rid of that. Up. There you go. Now if they are housed, then that's one of the reasons we are having a tough time. But we will see about that. Some upgrades would be nice. And they're going to lose some ponies over here. We still have few people on gold, so that's a very good thing. Oh, we were lacking the... Always good to have around saw. So there you go. Up. Help! Well, we will have an additional one later on. So how do we win the game from this position? We are slowly going to lose our town centers and everything we dear or value dear. So that's not good. And we haven't gotten to the elite Hussite wagon yet. We are lacking chemistry. We only have 2 people on gold. That's not good, or that's not enough. Well, that's also going to change very soon. Alright, so chemistry. 200 gold. Good. Oh. Right, the archers. Then you could roam in like this. Very good. And you could take care of that. And then you could go there. You could perhaps go there. You could have some farms. Some upgrades, why not? More houses, that's not what we want, but we are going to have to agree if that's what's required from us. That's what it is. Sorry, houses. Good. Thank you all. Well played. And then we're still holding. Here they are. Up. Go in there and go back. Who knew we needed houses? And they're trying to take our dearest position. So we still have villagers, but we are lacking some housing facilities. And yeah, keep on farming, that's alright. But it's looking really dire all of a sudden. Oh, still there. And Canadiers, archers, yes. Since we have a really nice eco still for some time, we could very well try to make use of that. Farms. Oh, the archer armor. The important key piece of our eco, if I ever knew one. And we will just keep back for a while. No, just get to the hills, that's alright. Alright, and then we will need this. Good. Alright. And then battle carries on. We need stables, people. And a few houses more. It's very good. Well, that's terrible. But that's no reason to skip work. Because we need you. Let's just help your fellow units, please. And there we go. Let's do that. Those and those. That's our gold. Alright. So we still have... No! Hey, we need those. You could help a bit. And then we need you there. And then we have still resources for more. seems that they are just raiding here and there, which is not a stupid thing to do, but we only need some farmers, right? So now we can rotate these people. There are not too many places where we can move these, but there are some places. Alright, so that's going to go down. So what is it that they are building now? Let us have a look. Well, that's it was a dumb move, okay? Won't happen again. And then we should have enough. We only have 60 villagers, so what has happened? It's the curious question. Let's go there, since we know that there are things happening there. And then there's probably nothing happening down there, but we should be in a position where we could take that. So let's do just that. No, we don't need you there specifically. We'll just go in and kill those. And then we will kill the villagers. Good. Okay, and there you go, and perhaps you could help a bit, since you are around. And you come here. Are very much required. Okay. And then more villagers at our own pace. Right, and there we go. And what then? We need more fast units. We need skirmishers because their cold units are going to die eventually. We need a monastery. We didn't need this many houses. That's great. Good job, everyone. We are stabilizing. So we should have never given up on the archer numbers. So let's go there. And what's happening here? A nice battle if I ever saw one. Very good. So let's just stay there. And this is great, but doesn't matter. Of course we only have 60 villagers, but they can't know that. Right, and then let's just carry on. Pushing. And then up. You could help out a bit over here. More gold, perhaps. Food colors, relic number 2, still up for grabs. And then what? Up, you could help out a bit over here if you could. So let's go there. So this gold should be ours now. Ooh, even ballistics and all. Let's just walk in there. No, not you. We need your kind elsewhere. Let's get a bit better ponies to help the pack. And then what? More farms. Few more villagers. The score should be evening out soon enough. Oops. We are not having too great battles here. Oh well, then again. I don't think it matters too much, but still not very great to fight under the castle fire. Alright, then you will go there and get rid of that. Oops! That's not great. So go there. You go there. And you go there. Alright, and then we will just... sorry? Yes. Go there and build few buildings like that. And it's not great, but they are stabilizing. Let's move there. Oh no 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 no. Okay, retreat. We need you there. Alright, and then back to work we go. And you could kill some people there. That's good. Then what we need is more people carrying arms. Not there. I'm doing something wrong. Well, let's see. Now we lost some villagers that we didn't need to lose, but we can't always help situations like that. And we have few monks who may not be able to squeeze that just in time. Okay, let's get rid of that and save those whom we can. So good, and back to work. And then more arrows to the air, like this. Okay, and then let's do that, and then move there. Extra damage against everything. And go there. Oh. And then they are just walking or dancing their way in. 225 gold. Too bad we spent quite much of our gold already, but luckily we are not the only ones, so let's just go there. So what's happening over here? Nothing much. It couldn't be happening elsewhere as well. And then more ponies. That's good. Okay, so now they are wasting some units over here. Okay, let's get rid of that. It's not too interesting. Oh, that's a brave farmer. Well done, everyone, and let's go there. And then few Could go there, and perhaps patrol this. Yep. Okay, so we are not pop capped, but we are not far off from that. There's few units like yours could help here, but that's alright, that's alright. Everything will happen at its own pace. Let's just send, not necessarily you. Oh, so they still have some code left, huh? Or they have been saving for the occasion. If only we had a mangonel. Now let's go there instead. Then perhaps you could move here. Get some gold over there. Back to work. And back to work as well. Oh no. Here. Well, that was a close one, but didn't quite cut it. Meanwhile, things are looking good over here, so too bad they are wreaking havoc elsewhere. Alright, so go there and do some farming duties. And do not go there, for we need you elsewhere. Soon enough. And just farm over here instead. It's not too great. Situation is looking grim. All of a sudden, so our population is dropping. And where are our stables? And you could go there, and perhaps you could help here a bit. And you could patrol this round-ish, if possible. Well, it's looking like we have lost the game for good. GG, well played. Thank you for your time. So we weren't able to throw it back twice. We should have switched our composition once we got access to gold, it seems. Or we should have utilized the market. Presumably that would have been an option as well. So we were losing gold units that we couldn't afford to lose, and we didn't get enough position when we had a chance. But I think we had a chance. So I'm glad we played on for some extra time. Still, it's just that our trash army, they probably have killed villagers here. So our trash army just wasn't suitable enough. 4,000 games they have played. So presumably when given this much time and space, they will aim to do something fun with that. Don't know, but I guess that could be the case. And then we have a really well, we shouldn't have stayed in the game based on various stats for as long as we did. But let's have a look where it all went down then. Hello, hello. Oh, well, this is going to be really dangerous now. So this is right. Good. That could have been a hint, but little do I know or realize. So Akaatl is just minding their business, building their city as they always do. Let's see. And they have played multiple different civilizations, but also Dravidians a few times, be it by chance or otherwise. So perhaps they have a clue. Well, I think they're our mistake, one of them was not producing siege when we had a theoretical chance of pushing, and not using market when we also had a chance of pushing with the cold units. But it's exciting to see the villager numbers, because they probably have killed 40 or so villagers then, and did they continue then producing those after the comeback attempt of ours. Everything's so neat and perfect, nice little base. Not caring about our men-at-arms is too much. Although skirmishers aren't the greatest play, but it's probably something you'd expect Bohemians to do. Archers, perhaps, since archer range would be a good building to have later on. But now already our idle TC time is 4 minutes or 3.5 minutes more than theirs, and they have 15 villager lead, despite eco kills being 1-1. And now this is a good find, because I'm not reacting to this. Well, we only lost 2 villagers, perhaps, so that's not too bad. And this is the annoying but clever way of playing, just positioning archers here behind the wood line. A clever move, but luckily we had the town center in place. Now the only thing we were lacking the fletching, so we didn't get the range, and then it took us some time to promptly react to that. Archer push in general. Having a few skirmishers would have made a difference again, especially defensive wise, because we could just camp inside the perimeter of the town center and we would be safe. This castle could have been much more aggressive if we had scouted the map, because we are already 40 villagers behind. So the army numbers are so low that if we build a castle there, they would have been able to well, with the help of few units, yeah. So I didn't understand that we were this much behind already, eco wise. So we've only collected 5,000 less, but still there's is a nice eco. We only have 11 people on farms, and they have gotten this free role type of play for themselves. So that's a thing I should have tried to scout and read. But we are 50 villagers behind. This was probably a nice hold, but still, like, their attempt is just they have a gather point set, and that's that. They are not caring about too much. Now they have lost 18 villagers, so that's nice. But if this was our first castle, instead of doing any defensive ones, then this could have made the game exciting. Now we wasted our castles on defensive front. And we didn't do Hussite wagons. Perhaps that's also the reason why they stopped doing archers. Did they? No, they didn't. Okay. And these raids did... Well, the nice thing here is now they are full popped already. So the pop cap is reached. We are still far away from that. But their army is just... what is light cavalry? And they are just trying to spend us. And well, this is just a very probably very good approach, but also at that underwhelming to my liking. Of course, it produced results, so perhaps there's something I could copy. And we are doing a very similar thing. Only thing is that we are not actually, like, our castles do not defend too much, and we are not defending our castles either. But they should, so they have lost 50 villagers, but they are in a position where they don't really care about those. And the castles with ballistics, they will find enough kills even if they don't pay attention to those. But I'm happy about the fact that we managed to, like, here killing their things isn't really helping us or helping our case too much. They are floating resources and all, but I'm glad that they are slowly rotating around our base, and so are we. But we should have taken this position earlier, like with a town center and with a castle, or at least production buildings, because now we could be raiding their eco with cavalry of our own. Although it wouldn't make too much of a difference, but if we had some skirmishers to help, then if only we did produce some trash units, and then we could have saved the cold units for later. This is really nice. We just didn't react to them too well, but they have been floating quite much food. And what else? Because soon, like, their armies are finally dying when we find the composition, and then they are buying wood. Oh, because they have all the farms, right? They're also lacking the last wood upgrade, and we are down to 60 villagers. But yeah, we shouldn't have much chance at this stage, when they still have double the villagers and they are floating 25 or so resources. So perhaps they were coasting a bit and it never cost them the game or anything, but they are back to queuing more villagers, so that's nice. but we were lacking the tools to destroy the castles and all. So now I think instead of upgrading the cavalry, we could have had a few rams, for example, to push the castles. That would have made more sense. But it's nice. I'm happy that they let us play, but perhaps that also taught them a lesson. And that's the reason why they are now finally building the army that they need. And how many scouts are we going to lose there? A few. In a very similar manner as they lost their scouts earlier. But yeah, so they are constantly running out of wood. That's not a problem, but they are forced to utilize market, so that's not nice. So currently they don't have any gold. And this is their standing army again. But perhaps if they balance their macro eco slightly better from the get-go, then perhaps that would have been more of a crunch or stump. Could be that it was like it was, but still, it didn't feel like that. But we didn't get to use the Bohemians' cool units, since we are trying to avoid those. But aggressive castles we could have used, since the one that we built worked very well. So we just needed more of that. They were also quite fast-ish, at least in comparison. Oh, right. So almost reaching for the 1.1 and then falling just a tad short due to lack of execution skills and planning. And also a poor decision making played a factor. And then we could have scouted their composition. But I think a ram push would have been a nice attempt with the help of the skirmishers and the more even trebuchets, why not? But then against those scorpions that wouldn't have done too much. But wasn't that a nice game? Nice game indeed. Agrees the cat. Which could be a bit sad due to the fact that we are just playing games instead of playing catch the mouse or something realistic instead. Now this isn't actually the first time we face. This is the greatest. So you do this and go there. You do this and go there. Good. So this isn't the first time we are facing Lithuanians. Scad 100, sorry. So there's probably a thing going on for them. Or then it's just purely random, but I will act surprised and pretend that that cannot be the case. No sign of water just yet, and try to get that before it is too late. More sheeps. That's good. Let's stay around this terrace. Ooh, gazillion of sheeps. That's good. Can help. Now that you are here, there, up. Very good. And what then? Some idle time, of course, since this has been a very hectic day. Some deers. If we will. That looks like very Arabic, but more small forests. More and small forest. More and smaller. Yes. Only one boar as of yet. So you can help there a bit. And we are Japanese, so infantry opening would be... Ooh, so there's water on the map. Well, good for us, but... There's a crossing as well. Okay, let's give it a try then. You never know. There might just be something worth catching. At least 4 relics, but that seems very standard, so nothing weird there. So let's study the coastline first. And then what? Berries. There's a nice looking deer patch, so perhaps we could make use of that eventually too. Okay, so there's at least some fish available. Okay. Well, I'm happy that we located that before it was too late. Extra house. Alright, and a mill. Sorry. And then after these we could get rid of those. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 and there. Good planning. Thank you, everyone. You build that and then go there. Dum 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 dum. Okay, everything is going according to any plan. We are on the wrong coast. Well, after that we will go there. And then we will run under their town centers. Just to teach them a lesson. Feudal Age loom, and up we go. Good. Oh no. Those people. We don't have a loom, but we could still pretend that we are scary. Luckily we are not in a Hey! Well, a misplay on my part, but that's alright. No worries, we can still make it work. And are we ever going to get to the next age? This villager is also in danger, but not for long. Let's go back there and then we don't need this many. Yep, up. Good. Thank you for stopping by. Archers, yes. Oh no. Well, we did the best we could. So back to work, everyone. It's going to be great. Few more spearmen and then archers all the way. Yes. So they found our dock now, and it's probably a good time to check whether they have any docks anywhere. So the only thing we need is okay, let's invest into that as well, and I thought you had orders, but that's alright. Okay, that's great. We could have saved some wood by being more clever, but it's alright, that will do. Hey, hello. Right, then up we go, as planned, right? Hop. So do they have dock or water presence at all? It seems that might be the case that it is not. Hope. Help a bit. Thank you very much. So in we go. So we could expect to see some knights. And then perhaps more archers would make sense. And a few farms just to top it off. Although this would have been a nice upgrade, but it's never too late, so. Let's not stress about that too much. 175 more houses. Then what's going on? I didn't realize something. Happens all too often, I reckon so. Let's study them. So we lost our scout. And why might that have been the case? The curious case of a lost scout. Few more archers. And you could come here as well. You will be needed eventually. You could help there actually. At least our base is very safe, so perhaps theirs is as well. Ooh. So a castle, alright. No. And then more units like this, why not? So you will stay there, you can move over here, perhaps to help. There you go. It's alright. Everything's happening simultaneously. So don't go there. Good. Then what we need is that's not great. No. Hello. Moment to relax. This is good. Okay. So we need our own castle, obviously, eventually. And why is this sluggish? Okay. No, my mistake. Good. Okay, so that is going to fall eventually. Few houses, why not? And then more people doing all sorts of stuff. That's the curse that we have. that's the need that we have, and no cursors can be seen. So a correction. Few more villagers there, sure. Then let's rotate over there. Still nothing happening at our base, so let's just build a castle there and see what happens afterwards. Could be that we need more defensive people. Let's take a look at the whereabouts. Ooh, so there's some siege. That's a risk. But of course that's not going to change. Oh, the Lithuanians. So what we need is good reactions. Oops. No worries, the castle shall go up. It just misprioritized some things. This could also be a lag thing. No worries. Nice. Alright, then we will send new people to help those, since we think that we are in a good position. So back there we go. Right, and then you as well. Since they are going to instantly wall this thing in, because that's what people do. Oh, okay, all you idols could go there, and we will think of something to do for you. Ooh, later on. Oh, so they have a... Okay, so repair. Alright, so the only thing we need is a single hammer. You do that. You rebuild our eco and things will somehow... GG. Made me work for it. Thank you.
Yes.
One. Hope to see you again. So I think they got rather nice eco superior to ours. Well, possibly. Especially after throwing 10 or 15 villagers there. But I think they fell victim to this. Oh, we have a cat who also fell victim. So Scarred 100. Putting in the work. And then I'll finish my... Okay, so we had more villagers at some stage. Lost a bit here-ish. So let's have a look in the whereabouts of the game. And also we could try to do some doesn't going to work. Let's try this one. Then we will see how it goes. Adjusting the chat, that is. Oh, the stylish factors of that. So I think we won the game thanks to the fish, because they neglected that one, and that's, even though it was a long distance, I don't know if he also had some idle fishing ships when the game neared its end, but that gave us the early lead so that we could spend resources on upgrades and what have yous. So now they found the dock. Didn't necessarily find the very similar idle TC time. The amount of fishing ships might have been a mystery to them, but okay, already collecting stone, so they had a similar secure stone pile there at the back of the base. We didn't really scout all too much again, so that would have made sense. So we have collected 1500 more resources, mostly thanks to the fish. And that's also the reason why we have edge on villager numbers. Instantly dropping additional town centers. Alright, but they didn't have access to gold before they decided to take this one, so that's something. I thought that they would have gold on the back, but we didn't. It was on the side, so similar to theirs. So we could have scouted this, especially since we had the map control. The only scouting we did was like slight movement here on the right hand side, but these archers could be there, preventing this gold taking from happening. And now they actually have villager lead. Of course they're going to lose a single villager or something here, but perhaps even two. But we have had a minute more idle TC time, so that shows. But at least our mangonel was well timed. Now it should have arrived earlier. I should have saved for that, I think, because if we had a mangonel we could thwart this aggression very easily. Now instead we are forced to retreat. But this is a curious thing, so they didn't want to produce any horses whatsoever right away, so this was a defensive castle. I was expecting that they would start producing lighters, that this was just like a hold up unit producing a knight or two, but they don't have bloodlines, they don't have any upgrades as of yet. Perhaps they are following the plan, which is to have 3,000ers and then carry on from there. Again, scouting the map would have made sense, since, well, we knew they got this cold access there, but you could have presumed that they might have cold access elsewhere as well. There were some, like, I could have made the pathing a bit easier there. I could have used the army to attack these, and then could have ordered these units to focus on the castle instead, but of course this was very important for the line of sight reasons. And then we are left with 98.70, 99.03. So it wasn't the doutest of a castle, but pretty close to that. Now I don't know, but this mangonel was a little bit late, but the end result was really good, because in the end they only have 0 scorpions left, and now they are not producing their floating cold and everything. So perhaps the macro, if only there was a house as well, but we didn't show too much of an army, so their planning was a little bit off here and there then. And here comes the houses. But they're, ooh! So it, oh, I didn't realize it was just seconds away. Okay, well, that's a clip-worthy moment, if I ever had one. Just passing through and hitting the required extra 0.97% MVP move there. But although things look dire, they are ready to click up to the Imperial Age. They are 15 villages behind, but they know that they have killed quite a few castle builders. So perhaps this is a frustration of a sort. At least I could understand that. For this to happen after the castle was once denied already, and then we would have the map position. Oh, it was the scout cavalry that killed our scouts. Finally, oh, well, could have been anyone. Oh, but this is a villager, right? But they have, like, long term, their situation looks still quite alright. But probably this boils down to the fact that they don't have, but this gold here, they don't have any army left. And the castles could then carry on from here. Chain of castles or something. And if the macro has slipped so far and there's a hole in the wood line and everything, then the momentum could also be on our side. One of these days I might just learn to read the game in a similar manner. So did we know about the cold? We knew there were cold over here. So it would have made sense to try to keep that to ourselves. Oh yeah, and they would have lost 2 or 3 villages here as well. Huh. Army high, everything's good, yes. Could take some practicing this game for us, but now weren't we fast? Like, it just got this nice motivational boost when the castle was alright. Yeah, so all the right clicking was what did this to me, and of theirs early minutes, so there's something very tricky they are doing and pulling it off. Alright. Well, I'm glad that they didn't get to play around with Alitises all too much. Did we? No, we don't get to see how many games they've played. So let's Scud. One of these days we might have a bot on the channel that reveals these sorts of informations by command, but we'll see. Over 1000 games they have played. And now they have been practicing Lithuanians based on the previous 10 or so games, so perhaps the game didn't go according to their plans, and then that was the that played a factor in the decision to call it quits. Alright, that was a nice one. And I'll fetch a glass of water, perhaps. Let's see if I'll have just enough time before the next round starts. Looks like we did. And perhaps this will be our grand final of the day, since we still have our brains more or less on and with us, but we are not making too much sense constantly. We have also a very confused cat. Arena. Well, at least we will go with a blast. So our attempt is to have quite tight feudal age army No upgrades because they are not probably going to be needed. Just to prevent any castle drops, and then we will take it from there. If need be. Because we have had some luck on that front. Denying castles sometimes. Even if it's not a long-term denial. Worth a try in any case. And Dr. Son Khan has decided to aim for a Viking win. Or a Viking victory. We can't blame them for that, but... Right, Huns don't have houses. Right. When was the last time I played Huns? Huh. Well, this will change everything. So what do we do? There you go. We could do, or actually, we will have some time to sneak about layout of the map. And you could go there. Very good. And then some deer pushing commences. Yes. So Huns are great, right? We don't need houses. Our cavalry archers are great. Stables work faster. They only fall off at some later stage of the game, if I'm not mistaken. But we will try to make it quick by idling our TC, for example. And that's not all. Killing all the sheep simultaneously and what have you. We still have this brave little pig doing the work. Yeah, quite vulnerable from there. This could deny all the stone access that we have. Yes. And it's also visible to scouts. If not on the Dark Age, but later on. So... No. So they could know to try to drop a castle there, so perhaps we will be able to deny them from doing just that. Last deer, and then what? We don't need houses. Very nice, Civ. Okay. So what do we build then? A mill, why not? After all this work, and they are already here. Well, things aren't always going our way, but we will somehow pull it through nevertheless. Okay, so let's go kill a scout. Wasn't that great? Dun, dun, dun. You could build us a barracks. And when do we want to go up? We are never going to go up because we don't have the food. Where is the boar? There. Okay. Perhaps you would help us out. Dum 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 dum. Could have waited for a few extra seconds, but that is going to have to do. And okay. So we have had some minute of idle town center time, but that happens. And then once we reach the next age, what is it that we will do? You could do some gold mining, and then this don't look too promising. Away! Dun, 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 dun. We still have a few sheep. Okay. Well, 2 spears out there to find the scout, and then archer range, few archers. Could help with that. And then exceptionally few upgrades because we are going to spend here for some time. Let's go first fetch that most expected location and then take it from there. You will go there, and then we will see how the map looks like. Since we haven't even located them yet. Let's do loom after that. Just because we expect them to do a fast-ish, casual-ish play, and then when we are also very close to them. And since that's the ordinary play, then we expect them to drop a castle here. Oh no. Now we need more wood. All of a sudden. And if it boils down to that, then we might be in a need of villagers to help fight off that pressure. So that's the reason to have loom already. Although it is a bit early. Ooh, you were there. Good news, everyone. So after this you will have that, and then you will Then and only then will you have stone outside. Good. Well done, everyone. So, a blacksmith. Will we ever have enough food for that? 150. Right, so they've seen that we have some army, but luckily they have lost. Alright, but I'm also using the required food to produce these units, so they have more scouts. Yes, as makes sense. As is the sensible thing to do, right? And then up we go. And some upgrades, why not? For some reason they really want to get rid of our scout. Right. So if they are not out already, then they will be arriving shortly. Huh. Vikings, right. So could this be just a late game attempt? Berserkers then. Let's move group there. Do some very much required upgrades. Second town center, yes. Just in case the game is going to take a while. I am afraid that they are aiming for a fast imp, although I'm not timing things, so I don't really know for sure. But since they get the wheelbarrow right away and all that, there's a non-zero chance that they will be quite fast if they want to go there. Take that path. So there's a knight. Alright. But it's still knight without upgrades, so that doesn't bother us too much. But we would like to get some upgrades to our units as well. For these won't stand for too long, as they are. They are not contesting for the relics. So more knights, okay. That's alright. Although we would like to get crossbow presumably quite fast. If we are to carry on with this path. Actually, let's Build the castle there. No. But the castle there, and then that. Yes. So they haven't wasted too much resources, but they have wasted some. But they probably have 4,000ers up and running, doing the work and what have you. And we don't have too much of anything. I don't think. As of yet. So that's a monk. Goodbye, monk. Ooh, so they have a castle of their own under construction. That's good. So, how do we react to that? Well, it would be nice to get some presence of any sorts, but well, there's time and place for everything, so perhaps our time will come later. Few extra defensive units, and then we still have map control to a degree, at least, that is. So could we try to build siege workshop? Why not? Could we try to carry on producing other units too? Well, if they're just booming as I'm expecting that they are, then that would mean that they already have 200 villagers or so. Or if not already, but they should be very close to that point. So what is the units with which we would like to hop over the walls? Murder hole is always nice to have, and then that would also be nice. Oh, if only we had ballistics. But alas, that was not to happen. And they are effectively preventing us from hopping over the walls. Well, perhaps that's just fair and square. And ballistics. In any case, the Imperial Age is soon upon us. If only we hit. Goodbye, monk. And then few more villagers. Let's move the additional ones there. And then you could come and build a castle here, for example, even though it's still very deniable by a trebuchet, because they should be getting to the next age any moment now. But at least we get to have some presence, and that's nice. And a few rams. And Could you verify that they are not here anywhere? 150 wood. Ain't nobody got that sort of resources around these places. Architecture, yes. Most important building or research of the times. But now the sad thing is that the trebuchet will pop out soon enough. And let's build this there. Then we could just try to get through from there. Just so we get to hurt them a bit. That's not good. And can we ride in with Tarkans or some other units? Perhaps we could. And for some reason it's taking some time for them to... Perhaps they are producing this correct unit size as well, and then they will just overwhelm us with whatever it is that they want to use. Could be the case. Here we could be producing. Here we could be producing Tarkans. Because why not? We are in no hurry. We don't need no castle age for nothing. Sorry, imperial age for nothing. And all of a sudden something is happening. So here comes the rams. Okay. So it's some nice ram to ram action. Alright. And then it's this not the most boring thing in the world, but doesn't fall much off. Of destroying these quality units, sorry, buildings, with just luckily we have a murder holes in place already. Alright, so you could come here. Alright, so produce Tarkans from... Let's see if it's still open. There's a non-zero chance that it's closed for some reason, but who knows? Who knows? You know, you never know. So... Oh! It's open? Okay. Then we will ride. And we will enjoy it. We don't really need this castle for anything besides for the Targans, of course, so save for the Targans. So let's just raid their eco while they are still focusing elsewhere. And more people on various resources would be nice. Okay, this is good. So let's have few units of various sorts. Oh, you could help here. It would be a tremendous help. And some extra. We never got this right. And this is how you play the game of Age of Empires. By, of course. Oh, very good. Doing what is expected of you. Never giving up and whatnots. We don't need you, but and even walling in. What a great game. Okay, so what do we do is we will carry on and we will just produce archers, because once we have 1500 archers it's going to be alright. Oh, so it's a forward castle o'clock. Hello, hello. Forward market o'clock. So buying themselves a nice hold on, where is our gold? Well, there is still some, so buying themselves a castle is what you do when times are tough, and getting tougher still. Hello, hello. It's just too bad we don't have too many units with quality upgrades at our disposal, but it's of course going to change. So the only thing we need actually is an army presence over there. Because this of course is going to work, like no matter how slowly. And that's alright, we'll just keep this closed. Oh, this was supposed to kill those, but alright, doesn't matter too much. No, if only we had some gold to change the age, but it's a matter of time, if nothing else. You will come here. And then we could enjoy this for some extra time still. Just go there, for example. Oh, what killed that? Oh, it's the ELO Berserker. Alright, GG. Thank you for your time. So, if we are playing the prolonged feudal, then we should find a way to push through and keep the pressure piling. Perhaps we could have had our own rams or more mangonels, for example. It was a surprisingly good effort, I think. I didn't expect us to stay alive for as long as we did, so it's just our boom fall short, and then the approach of theirs to just upgrade to the best possible composition makes sense, but isn't too much fun, which is our problem, of course. But perhaps they were in a very tough position from their point of view, so it called for the perfect place. Yeah, but at least this positioning of castle was, or it made sense, and it was just since we couldn't contest them with the Imperial Age, then all they had to do is just build the army composition that they wanted and then push through, which we should have expected. And also, once we got in, we should have right away had people with castles, for example, castle building abilities, so we could have added some pressure, like just destroying villages and whatnot. But it's exciting to see how their eco looked at that stage, so whether they were at all limited by resources, actually. But the fact that they built a market on their way to our base makes me think that they didn't have too many resources. So just do that as well. This is enough for what, 5 castles or something. Even if you count a few town centers. So here's one. We could have targeted the wall instead, since they are not doing any army at the moment because they can't be penetrated. So the siege tower play would have made sense as well, because currently they are doing absolutely nothing, just booming. So staying alert would have been a nice thing to do, because we made it very easy for them now. Just fast imp and berserks, and that's that. If we had the rams in place here, we could have contested, see how the castle will hold. then we would have seen their composition. Because now, let's see, they have double the villagers, but they don't have too much. Well, they are queuing up things, and they have, of course, upgraded the siege ram and all. But yeah, so okay. If we had rams, we didn't need the siege tower, although that would have been nice. But with a few rams, we could have gotten through the war with the petards, as is the play sometimes as well. We could have gotten through and then pressurized the castles, because that's what they wanted to do. It's just that siege rams and berserkers. So they needed castles for that. They still, actually they don't have stone left, so why is that the case? They haven't sold any stone. Did they repair the castle? Oh, perhaps I took these piles as well, because it's only 5 times, so one is 16.5, so it's only 2 castles. Okay, so those were their castles, and if we could destroy those, then things would look better indeed. And now if we had the raiding army, because we have managed to kill more villagers even still, but only a few more than they. But this was a really sad play. Bad by us, of course, that they managed to repair that, but still. And here's the market, and here's the additional stone. Yeah, so they were floating, but they basically had this army, and then the now booming eco behind that. But at least we made them work for it for a while. So the idea itself is good, because the might not be the greatest, but it doesn't so close. And this is also throwing away resources. But now they have the army numbers, so it doesn't matter that they are running out of wood, because they can always make more, and we can't. But in any case, we could have collected the relics, would have given us some extra resources. Why not? But at least feudal age map control feels nice, so it's fun to play like that. Even if we then have to think how we can manage to continue, if we do manage to continue with the pressure after that. But we were in a surprisingly good position, I would like to say. And they were also very slow, so perhaps that's that explains their playstyle a bit too. Just to build, and explains why we got as far as we did. So let's have one more. But it probably would make sense to cut some slack for players who aren't clicking left and right to also have their plays instead of dishing their choices. Could also very well be, how was it? We still have time, so it's arena rematch, yes. So it was Dr. Sin Khan and they had played some 2,200 games. So perhaps they were in a position where they could just focus on doing the right things without panicking too much. And that's what they did. I'm just thinking, if we had Pepito 23.
Ready, yes. Gatherer. Gatherer.
What? Ah, yes.
Mandatum. Yea. Gatherer.
So if we had more mangonels to destroy their ram push, if we had scouted that, then that would have been nice, even though they still would have had good luck as Pepito. They would have still had the berserkers, who are quite difficult ones to kill, I've come to know this, with traditional means. And if we ever got to the Imperial Age, then we could have perhaps used some gunpowder units or other means for decreasing their numbers. Scorpions could have also been a play in numbers, but we didn't really ever get to the numbers. Okay, we will manage.
Ready. Correctus. Bulden.
Somehow we will manage.
Yea.
Nope. Okay,
Ready.
and
Hunter. Gatherer.
well done everyone. The lumber camp isn't the greatest, but we will
Mandatum. Chopper. Grayton.
get used to that
Bulden.
when the time is right. Byzantines, and we are Britons, right? Well, Byzantines are at least a very strong civ, and this time we could try to create some skirmishers, for example, instead of relying on archers, but it could be that that cannot be avoided.
Grayton.
Since Britons, you know. But if we drop a castle against them, then presumably they are just trying to produce cataphracts, and eventually at least, and kill us like that. And their trash is also very good, because it's very cheap. What do we do?
Yea. Hunter.
Well, we will fetch in some, and
Bulden. Chopper.
things will just work out somehow. Okay.
Yea. Quillen. Yea. Gatherer.
Mandatum.
Well, it wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't the worst. Few more could go there. Nice pocket for a lumber camp there. Dun 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 dun. Few more villagers and then oh, actually I have a different task for you. Dum dum dum.
Mandatum. Correctus.
Very good, everyone. Is this enough? Well, it just might be. House walls already, very good. So I'm expecting a lengthy game, but
Mandatum.
perhaps I'm wrong. Okay, one more villager and then we go. Okay.
Gatherer.
Previously we did the loom too early, but now we have learned our lesson. But barracks we do need.
Ready.
A house is always nice. And then 23 pop up we go. Alright.
Grayton. Gatherer. Yay. Ready. Gatherer.
Boom.
Yay.
And the rest of you could go there,
Equilin.
but not all of you because we need you there
Chopper.
actually.
Chopper. Mandatum. Chopper.
Mandatum correct. Chopper.
And that's that. Very good, everyone. Okay.
Ready.
Yes.
Nope.
Dich. Grayton. Dich.
So few spears and yeah, only a villager or two behind. Do. Archery range? Okay. Well, this is great. So this time we will again be doing some
Yay. Correct. Yay.
upgrades because
Bulden.
we know stuff. We have been watching. This mill could have been a tile or two away, but it couldn't, so that's that. Right, so why would they already have
Bulden. Mandatum.
Bullen. Chopper.
villagers right next to our base? Isn't that weird?
Yay.
Chopper. Yes.
Don't you think?
Grayton.
Bullen. Willem. Yes. Greten.
Yay.
Hello.
Yay. Mandatum.
Ready.
Ready. Mandatum. Bullen. Bullen. Chopper.
Mandatum. Correct. Yes.
Mandatum fatal. Ik wil een. 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 Fatal. Ik wil een. Fatal. Fatal.
Yay. Yes. Equilin. Equilin. Correctus. Equilin.
Yay.
Yes.
Alright, so far it's going to be
Mandatum.
looking
Bulden.
like it's going great.
Yes.
Grayton. Yay.
Right, so back to coal mining. Some idle time, right, but that can't be avoided like ever. And then we could produce some archers of our own.
Ready.
So
Bullen. Chopper.
forget everything, it's time to play it for reals. And the next wave of villagers is incoming.
Mandatum. Ik wil een.
Mandatum.
So you
Greten.
build that and then you will come here. Just in case we need you
Mandatum fatal.
for other reasons.
Ready. Yay. Mandatum. Ik wil een. Yes.
Well, I like the way they are insisting
Yay. Ready. Mandatum. Yay.
on doing stuff.
Ready.
Yay.
Mandatum fatal.
And the next wave goes back. And right, so what we need is a
Bulden. Dich.
new building. Perhaps more villagers, right? Very good.
Mandatum. Equivalent. Yay. Fatal. Ready. Yay. Fight. Ready. Yes. Yes. Mandatum. Fatal. Yes. Equivalent. Equivalent. Yes. Yes. Fatal. Yes. Fight. Equivalent. Fatal. Equivalent. Fatal. Equivalent. Equivalent. Yes. Ready. Yay. Fatal. Yay. Yay. Yes. Equivalent. Fatal. Equivalent. Fight. Yay. Equivalent. Fatal. Yes. Equivalent. Fatal. Equivalent.
Ah, that's great. Okay. Then we need more people doing farming stuff.
Bulden. Greater.
Ah, this is the
Bulden.
greatest day of my life. I'm happy that we had more. Oh,
Cretan, bitch. Yay.
Ready, go. Fatal. Yay. Fight. Equivalent.
Mandatum.
Yay.
well, this is a.
Ready. Fight. Go. Equivalent. Yes.
Ready.
Yay.
Ah,
Fatal. Go. Equivalent. Mandatum. Fight. Yay. Fatal.
Greaton.
Yours.
Ready. Fatal. Yes. Yes. Ready. Go. Fight. Fatal. Yay.
so
Cretan.
okay, so let's kill these and then back here we go. And more houses,
Bulden. D.
and that's gonna be alright.
Golden.
And then you shall have a new building here too eventually.
Mandatum. Ready. Equivalent. Yes. Equivalent.
Uh,
Fatal. Yay.
okay, so where are the villagers then?
Equivalent. Yes. Yay. Fatal.
Here somewhere? Might be the case.
Mandatum. Yay. Yay. Yes. Yay.
So let's just pass. Oh, that's
Yes.
that would make sense.
Fatal.
Yay.
It's a loom o'clock. If I ever had
Golden.
such,
Bulden.
you could have that farm, and then you could come there, and
Golden. Cretan.
let's destroy those before it's too late.
Equivalent. Yes. Mandatum. Yes.
Ready. Mandatum.
Yours. Yay. Bitch.
Yay. Equivalent. Yay. Mandatum. Fight.
Greaton. Bulden.
Oh, if we ever get
Chopper.
enough wood, then that's great.
Ready. Yay. Fatal.
Someone died there.
Yes. Equivalent.
I wonder why that was.
Fatal. Mandatum. Yay. Equivalent. Fight. Yay. Equivalent. Equivalent. Ready.
Oops.
Ready.
Correct. Yay. Correct. Yay.
Mandatum.
Mandatum. Greaton.
Yay. Mandatum. Ready. Yay. Fatal.
Yay.
No, 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 no. You kill that, and then everything's fine. Good.
Yay. Correct.
Well done, everyone. Then some more villagers would be nice. And just destroy those.
Yay. Equivalent. Yay. Equivalent. Yes.
Few spears.
Yay.
Willem. Yay. Cretan. Yours. Yay.
Right. Some more villagers,
Ready.
as mentioned earlier.
Ready. Bulden.
More houses. No
Mandatum.
matter how surprising it is that we need
Bulden. Chopper.
any of those at this stage. And then Town Watch, why not?
Ready.
Oh, well, this is like I've never had an arena game like this, and I do like it quite much. Ah, what's this now? So they are playing with the trash from the get-go. Isn't that just great? Few more spears just in case. Oh, that's not too good. Run away! Alright, nothing of importance happening in very many places. Just picking our archers like onions, as is a very common saying around here. More stone because people want to... What?
Mandatum.
We need no more stone. We need the next
Yay.
age.
Mandatum. Bulden. Dich.
And then we could surprise them with our very clever cavalry play. Right. This is great. So we are not really playing it traditionally,
Yay.
I might say,
Chopper.
and that is great.
Yay.
Oh, yeah, just go away, go away.
Ready.
We don't need to risk you, and we don't need to risk you. Where are our...
Equivalent. Equivalent. Dich.
skirmishers. I thought we had some. Oh. Ah, there you are. Very good. Welcome, everyone. So we are losing some units here because of poor management. That's alright. We will just build more. And then more farms. What?
Greeting. Yay. Chopper.
Ready.
And you will come here, build a castle, and we will think of something to say after that. Ooh. So you think we have... Oh. Units there, but we don't. Actually. We could probably do some upgrades now that we have some resources. Good. And you could build us building like that. That's nice. Let's just go through from there, for example. And then we could have that. And extra range. Always nice, but do we need such a thing? Well, remains to be seen. But we wanted to produce these cavalry units, so knights, that's neat. Knights and skirmishers. Hmm. Well, let's see if we could go through from there, for example. Oh, hello. And then some more villagers and cavalry, right. A few knights. Additional walls. All can't be denied. Dun. So let's just go in there for a while.
Ready. Bull and pitch. Mandatum.
We will want to build a castle there, but it's going to be a little dangerous.
Mandatum. Bulden.
You will get the castle fire, and then you will go there as well. No, there you go. Well, it was inevitable, we had to lose some, right?
Ready.
Nope,
Bulden.
nope. Ugh. Oh. Thanks for a fun game. Well played. Don't get to see feudal aggression all too often. Enjoyed it. What's wrong with the chat? Could be that it's just my typing skill. And it's also possible that Pepito is already out from the game, but now we can only hope that this wasn't their first game on Arena or anything. But based on the build and everything, there's a chance that's not nil that they haven't played too many games on Arena. 2,400 games under their belt, so perhaps they had a plan. Let's see if we are able to figure out what that was. Pepito 23. Have been playing Arena lately, a few times at least, with Byzantines, and lost both of those previous ones at least. So perhaps they don't have a plan for Arena. So they started with Tower Rush. What would have happened after that? Let's see if our game sense is enough to try to make sense of that. And why is this so? Well, that was of course not. So they are trying to push the deer and everything, and the cold pile is very offensive. Already on berries, so perhaps there are some build issues here and there. that they could try to practice. But at least they are trying the right things. But this is probably this 1k ELO, just wing it type of approach. But this just I missed the action. So I'm just not used to having an arena game where something happens. So they left home without collecting any stone. So they built the coal mining camp. They don't have anyone on stone. We just missed them. Or did we? At least I knew that we had to do something, but the reaction... Okay, so here they come only now. So they had loom, we didn't. If they checked that, they would have won the game. Not the game, of course, obviously, but they would have won the battle. Here comes the archer. But yes, so their macro is slipping even more than ours now. So if they had a tower there, they could have not denied our gold or anything. It was just a lucky hunch. Then they were about to wall the gate in with a house. And now there are people stone as well. A second tower has been planned, but they are lacking the units to pull that off. But they know to fight with villagers, so that's something. Great minds thinking alike here. We need more archer rangers. But okay, well, this is a very unorthodoxical and orthodoxical, yeah, probably, approach, and I do like it. But I just don't see, like, this feudal age army. For me, I'm thinking that with that we could surprise our opponent when they start to... Well, first of all, they are likely to lose the scout if they are out there. Unless they have a really good APM, but at least they can't stay outside unless they are constantly dancing with the scout, and that's unlikely at this level. So we get map control with just a few spearmen. And then we get to have some army available. Even here they're doing like correct things, adding a few scouts, trying to rescue the archer range, but few villagers are enough to get rid of that scout. And then we have spears in place soon after that. No upgrades, no eco upgrades. This is a sort of prolonged feudal challenge or something. So their eco looks quite good. They could probably have more mills or something soon, but they are behind in villager numbers, but this is a very robust looking eco. So why aren't they clicking up? So they did. Okay. And also adding or doing the eco upgrades now on their way up, as people are expected to. So they had a plan, but they gave up on that, and that's why they stopped collecting stone. And fixing the walls here. Now they're thinking of catching some villagers, but they won't. And then they will lose the scouts here to these spears, and the castle is finished. This is some rebalancing of eco, selling 1000 food. Alright, but this is a, like, I think it's safe to say that it shows that they have played the game before, because they know the mechanics, they know the rock, paper, scissors, they know how to utilize the market, and they are trying to boom even if their villager production is lacking. So they have 1000 food in the bank, but they don't have time to focus on adding villagers. That's perhaps partially thanks to our way of playing the game. Because now they are doing the upgrades, they are adding villagers when they had moment's peace. But what they didn't know and couldn't know is that, yeah, even more villagers. So now they are finally getting the eco up and running macro wise when we are not microing here. And this is where the game is going to end, because and we didn't hear the sound of the town bell either, because we could circumvent around their castle. The houses would last for 30 seconds or so, and we are untouchable even with the force of a knight so far. So we learned from the previous game that we need to get inside, and I don't know if that would have worked. We were that much slower against the Vikings player, and they had the town centers in place and all that. But in theory, if we had built our castles like this, so that the other one would be away from the reach of the first one, and then also focused on getting enough stone for a third castle, as we are doing here. Like, our farming eco and everything is that much worse looking, but with the power of the castles at this stage, just getting in and getting the castles with the nice night micro, so that we don't lose too many villagers while passing, because the tile was ill chosen. We got just deep enough that we could threaten their eco. Okay, so lesson learned. The feudal age aggression might work, even if it's only at certain level, and only perhaps against certain types of players. And perhaps what they did, this tower rush, perhaps it's a viable thing to do. Like, it should never kill anyone, and they were fast. Like, fast-ish at least, since we are fast-ish. So it wasn't that. So perhaps they, or where was it, 12 minutes or so. So did they scout? They knew nothing about us at this stage. And then the villagers go out as well, and they will locate stone, and that's that, because there's always stone outside of the walls, and then they will take this stone and take it from there. Alright. Okay, well, I'm happy that our reaction was fast enough and that they didn't check the existence of Loom. Because now this, I don't know if they lose more than a single villager, but okay, 2 villagers, but this throws them. Did they buy more? Oh no, it was for the wood, right? But it throws them further back. Just all this walking time and losing a few villages as well. But yeah, perhaps this tower usually forces a reaction, and then once the archers follow, like right after building the tower, would have made sense to have them earlier, but perhaps there were some problems there. Or the plan is to build the archery range and the blacksmith after the tower goes up, because it's usually uncontested, at least to a degree, but only 3 villages, so you can very easily rush it down, so I don't know why people wouldn't do that. But if they wall it in, because they were trying to build a house there later on, or at some point, so perhaps the plan is to start building the tower, then build a house there, and expect us not to break the walls for the sake of attacking the tower. So then they would have a safe forward base, and we would do some sort of walling things over there, perhaps. So it could be that there's some reasoning behind that, and perhaps one day in the distant future we shall try something similar. But for now, that was a very, very good attempt by both players, of course. And okay, but the stream is still running, so that's great. Okay, but that is the day indeed. So thank you all for tuning in, and hopefully we will meet again perhaps after the server maintenance has taken place later this week. And with that, I wish you all have a great time in your lives and a happy continuation for the week. See ya.